Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer. Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers. Presentation of reports from the Dispute Resolution Commission Select Committees. Chief Secretary's question, questions to secretaries, questions for oral answer. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statement by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations, introduction of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business, motion.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I wish to inform you that Assembly Member Ian Pollard will also be absent for this sitting as he was in last sitting.
Leader of Assembly Business, it was stated in the last sitting that Assembly Member Pollard would be absent because of his medical condition. Additionally, there has been a request by the Chief Secretary on behalf of Assembly Member Pantin, who has a medical condition and would not be able to stand for long periods. The standing orders are silent on such an occurrence, but I will use my discretion to allow her to sit for part of her presentations as well.
Thank you.
Leader. Honorable members, the question proposed is, be it resolved that the House approves the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure representing all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2026 to September 30th, 2027, copies of which were laid at an earlier stage of the proceedings. Leader of Assembly Business.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that Standing Order 91 be used to suspend Standing Order 53 to allow our first respondent, Chief Secretary Fali Augustine, to speak and complete his presentation in its entirety.
Honorable members, the question put is that Standing Order 91 be used to suspend Standing Order 53 to allow for the Chief Secretary to complete his presentation. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. The ayes have it. Chief Secretary, you may now join the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Before I get into my presentation, Mr. Presiding Officer, I wish to, on behalf of the people of Tobago and the Tobago House of Assembly, I wish to stand in solidarity at this time with the citizens of Venezuela who yesterday evening encountered a catastrophic earthquake in Caracas. Well, two within quick succession, and that has led to the loss of significant life, injuries, and destruction of public and private property. And I know in the coming days, the recovery will be difficult for that nation. But given that they are one of our closest neighbors geographically and the closest allies in terms of trade, and we do have within our borders significant numbers of residents who are citizens of that country as migrants living here, I think it is prudent that before I get into the substance of my presentation, that we do express condolences for those who have passed and certainly express support to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Mr. Presiding Officer, today I rise in support of the budget presented by the Secretary of Finance, Trade and Economy, Councillor Petelan Roberts, under the theme, Results-Based Governance, a Pathway to Prosperity. Those 4 words, Mr. Presiding Officer, are more than a slogan. They are a philosophy of government. They are a promise to the people of Tobago. They are a declaration that this administration believes governments must not merely make announcements, they must produce outcomes. And we have been producing outcomes. Governments must not simply spend money, they must create value. Governments must not merely manage problems, they must deliver solutions. Results-based governance means that every policy must have a purpose, every project must have a measurable impact, every dollar spent must produce value, and every action of government must move our people closer to prosperity. At its heart, prosperity is not simply about economic growth. Prosperity is about opportunity. It's about creating a Tobago where young people can find meaningful employment, where entrepreneurs can thrive, where communities can flourish, where public services improve, and where every citizen can share in the benefits of development. And that is precisely what this budget seeks to advance. Before I proceed further, I wish to express profound gratitude to the people of Tobago, because earlier this year, the people of Tobago renewed the mandate of this administration. They entrusted us once again with the responsibility of leading this island at a defining moment in history. The mandate was not merely a vote of confidence in individuals, it was an endorsement of a vision, of the blueprint. It was an acknowledgement of the transformation that has begun across Tobago. It was a recognition of the progress made, the reforms undertaken, the difficult decisions embraced, and the possibilities that now lie before us. For that trust, we are deeply grateful. We're even more grateful this morning, Mr. Presiding Officer, that we don't have to suffer through an insufferable presentation from a careless minority. Nonetheless, I wish to be clear that gratitude is not enough. The people have not given us a mandate to become comfortable. And I want to warn my colleagues, we have not been given a mandate to become comfortable. They have given us a mandate to work. They have given us a mandate to deliver. They have given us a mandate to continue transforming Tobago through disciplined leadership, sound governance, and measurable results. Mr. Presiding Officer, I also wish to place on record my sincere appreciation to the Secretary of Finance, Trade and Economy, Councillor Petelan Roberts. The steady stewardship of an economy is among the most demanding responsibilities in government. It requires discipline when others demand expediency, and yes, that others might include the Chief Secretary too. It requires prudence when others seek popularity. It requires vision, technical competence, and an unwavering commitment to fiscal responsibility. And throughout her tenure, Secretary Roberts has demonstrated those qualities. She has provided steady stewardship of Tobago finances, exercised prudent management of the public purse, and helped guide our economy through periods of uncertainty while ensuring that we remain focused on growth, resilience, and sustainability. I also wish to commend Assistant Secretary Kern Alexis for his steadfast support in the division, his diligence, his analytical insight, and his unwavering commitment to the execution of the division's mandate. His work behind the scenes has strengthened the division's capacity to deliver, and his contribution to this budget deserves recognition. Mr. Presiding Officer, budgets are often viewed as a collection of numbers, tables, estimates. But budgets are far more than accounting documents. They are statements of priorities. They actually reveal the government's values. They reveal where society intends to go. They reveal what a people are prepared to invest in for the benefit of future generations. Every allocation tells a story. Every program reflects a choice. Every investment signals a belief that tomorrow can indeed be better than today. And I'm happy that our today is better than yesterday, and certainly better than 4 years and 5 years ago. This budget tells the story of a Tobago that refuses to settle for mediocrity. It tells the story of an island determined to diversify its economy, strengthen its institutions, modernize its infrastructure, invest in its people, and unlock its full potential. It is a budget grounded in accountability. It is a budget focused on delivery. It's a budget built around outcomes. It's a budget that seeks not to simply govern Tobago, but to transform Tobago. And so, Mr. Presiding Officer, ordinarily, the opening contribution to a debate is framed against the backdrop of a response from the minority leader, who seeks to contextualize the budget through the lens of the opposition. The people of Tobago, however, have charted a different course. They have entrusted every seat in this honorable assembly to this administration. And as a consequence, there is no minority leader to offer the customary response. That responsibility, therefore, falls to me. Accordingly, I intend to contextualize the budget presented by the Secretary of Finance, and I propose to do so in 4 parts. First, I will present a pictorial overview of what this administration has accomplished during the past 4 and indeed almost 5 months. In fact, today is 4 months and 1 day shy of 5 months since the swearing in of secretaries and the establishment of our divisions. Before we debate where we are going, it is only fitting we account for where we have already been and what we have already delivered. Second, I will offer brief observations on 5 of the 10 strategic priority areas outlined by the Secretary of Finance in her budget presentation on Monday. Third, I will then examine in greater detail the remaining 5 priority areas, highlighting the policies, programs, and investments that will define Tobago's continued transformation. And finally, I will conclude by setting out the governing ethos of this administration for the next 4 years, our philosophy of leadership, our understanding of public service, and the principle that will continue to guide every decision we make on behalf of the people of Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, this budget is not simply about appropriations. As I said, it's about accountability. It's about measurable outcomes. It's about a government that understands that its success is measured not by promises made, but by promises kept. And with that, permit me to begin where every result-based government should begin, with evidence of results already being achieved. And I want to look at 25 projects that are actively on the ground at this moment, all happening simultaneously. And as I go through them, Mr. Presiding Officer, I don't want it to be lost on Tobagonians that not so long ago, it was incredibly difficult to have 25 development projects from small to large happening at the same time. And this is only 25 that I've picked out. Secretaries, as they speak, will speak to the others that are happening in their spaces. But to have 25 projects, especially built projects, happening at the same time, we must be grateful that there is, at the central government, a change from the status quo. Not so long ago, the status quo that was there sought to punish us for not aligning with their politics. What we have now is a status quo that is much more respectful to the politics of Tobago. And because Tobagonians took the decision to change our representatives at the national parliament, the outcomes that we are seeing here on the ground in Tobago are markedly different. And so I must express gratitude to the members of parliament for Tobago West and East, MP Sampson and MP Thomas, because to have 25 projects, most of which are multi-million-dollar projects, happening at the same time, when our development spend is never ever at the $1 billion point that we have been requesting, and barely will cross 300 million on a given year, says something. I must also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for instructing and insisting that members of her cabinet respect the Tobago House of Assembly and that Tobago be given a fair share of the national budget. So that, let's go through 25 projects that are happening right now as we speak. Some close to completion, some complete. The first is the Shallerville Community Center, Pavilion and Playing Field. This project is 65% complete. And before those who were here try to take credit for this project, I was just an ordinary area representative when they came to the community and they broke down the community center. It took about another year to come up with a plan. When they came to the village council with the plan, I was in that village council meeting. And we said no to the original plan, because the original plan excluded the pavilion. Then they proposed to put the pavilion where the batting nets are located, at a corner of the playing field. We also said no to that. And eventually we landed and agreed on a design where the pavilion is situated at the top of the building. Let me hasten to say that we are not just doing the community center and the pavilion. The community center is being done. The pavilion is being done. The batting nets are being repaired. The basketball court is being completed. Drainage around the field, the earthen drain will be replaced with concrete drain. And the surface of the playing field is also being done. As a matter of fact, the instruction is that from July 21st, the field is out of bounds to any vehicular traffic. So park there for the last time for Shallerville Heritage on July 20th. But the day after that, you will not be allowed to park there because works will begin on the playing field. This project is expected to be completed, at least the community center and pavilion is expected to be completed by August 19th, thereabouts. And then we will proceed to get the other elements in the facility completed, preparing for a grand opening in very early September. Then we also have happening right now and nearing completion the Louisdor Agro-Processing Facility. The Louisdor Agro-Processing Facility is 78% completed. The exterior painting happened about a week or two ago. This is a facility that was abandoned by the last regime. This is where we used to go and purchase our smoked fish, our cuts of beef. That's me. For people like my neighbor there in Belgarden, her cuts of pork. we used to have cassava mash. And then when they formed TATCO, they shut this facility down and abandoned it and left it to rot. What we are doing is that we are setting up an agro-processing facility that all agro-processors on the island, small to medium especially, can go into this facility. They will see in this facility a commercial grade equipment that they can use. All they will need to do is to schedule their use of the facility. There will be timetabled. You go in, you use the commercial blenders, the commercial ovens, etc., dryers, etc. You produce your goods, you have it packaged, you clean up, and you leave. And next agro-processor gets to use it. The benefit of this model is that we understand that in Tobago, every agro-processor can't afford to build their own factory space. And producing the goods from their homes reduces one's ability to actually export the items. And so this facility, which will meet all the necessary ISO standards and health standards, public health standards, will allow them to produce in this facility and have products that are actually exportable. Mr. President said this is an example of what happens when PNM is not in office and people who love Tobago in office. We have also happening at the same time the Palatuvere Fishing Depot. This is 45% complete, and here we wish we were further along with this project, but we very much expect that this project be delivered in the last quarter of this year. This project will provide extensive facility for the fishers in the area. They will have more than sufficient lockers. This will produce a design that is different from all other fishing depots, because the top floor of this building, Mr. Presiding Officer, will facilitate the housing of restaurants and bars, so you can enjoy that beautiful view from Palatuvere, from being right on the harbor. You can see the stingrays in the water from right there. So it's a mixture of tourism, fishing. We want the restaurants there to take the fresh fish and to put them on the grill, put them on the stove, and you have a really wonderful eating experience there in North Tobago. This is about appreciating that we're not building facilities because we feel like. Yes. We consulted with the people in this area. They said what they wanted out of a facility. That then informed the design, and so we are building. It wasn't a case of us building and say, hey, look, take it or leave it. That is what good governance looks like. That is what transparent governance looks like. And that's what results-based governance looks like, Mr. Presiding Officer. And let me hasten to advise the people of Palatuvere that we are working on the new jetty there at Palatuvere. Next, we also have Roxborough Secondary School auditorium happening as we speak. And I'm happy to show these images. I'm glad, Mr. President Officer, you gave leave to use the images. In Tobago East and in Tobago, there is no real dedicated indoor sporting facility. But guess what? Tobago East will get one before Tobago West. And that's what has happened when countrymen come tongue and lead tongue. That country is not left behind. So this is a secondary school that will have state-of-the-art wooden facility to allow for the playing of netball, basketball, and other indoor sports. And while that is happening, the division of, youth empowerment and sport, they are now charged to help us fix the court on the exterior, which is the largest outdoor court in East Tobago and the only public tennis courts in all of East Tobago, located there at Roxborough Secondary. And this is completed. This is completed at this moment, ready to hand over at the Roxborough Secondary School. And this is a school that has been excelling at athletics. And so we are investing as a government in Roxborough Secondary so that they become a even more premier school when it comes to track and field, athletics and sports in general. Then we move now to Corlan ECCE. We recognize, Mr. Presiding Officer, that in the catchment area that includes Plymouth all the way back to Blackrock, we need space for early child care and education. And the Corlan ECCE is moving at a very quick pace. Maybe the technicians are stuck, but it's moving at a very quick pace. The Corlan ECCE we expect to be ready, to be completed. It's 60% completed at this point, and we are expecting completion by the middle of August, and we are expecting to have the school open in time for September. So early childhood care and education is under construction as we speak, and we are already looking at a second location. We know we need to have one either between Friendship and Shervan. We'll look at what the planning permits in those areas, but we are ready to go with the second one. We are also looking at a primary school for Scarborough in this catchment area, because all our primary schools in Scarborough are filled up to capacity, and we're making the necessary provisions. We are currently staying in Corlan. We are currently going through phase 2 of the Blackrock Corlan Beach Sport Arena. So we completed it in 40 days, thereabouts, 40 days and 40 nights for the Commonwealth Games. What we are doing are some retaining systems to retain the embankment and to expand the areas that the public can view the beach sports from. That's in the second phase. The third phase will be to install additional public washrooms and change rooms for the athletes. Mr. President Officer, it breaks my heart to say that it's from this site that Batman and Robin stole the backhoe and truck and attempted to steal the ATM out at Plymouth. But this is active construction. It's 75% completed at this point. And then we go across to infrastructure. And I want to park parenthetically to make this salient point. We had 2 elections back to back in Tobago. And what responsible governance is? We didn't spend for an election. Sure. We didn't go crazy spending out the little kakada we have, hoping to win an election. We decided that responsible governance was more attractive to Tobagonians than patronizing Tobagonians. So we could have easily done like our predecessors. When we came into office, they spent out over $163 million from a bond financing, started paving roads during an emergency, and Tobago roads still in a bad state. They paved their own bank accounts. They didn't pave anybody real road. And I'm happy to announce, Mr. President Officer, that on that matter, that the Tobago House Assembly has in fact served court papers to those who were involved in that matter, and that's an active court case. So the court will deal with that. So we move from auditing all the way to the courthouse, because in this government, we don't do audit to make political grand charging. In fact, when you're in charge, you don't grand charge, you just take charge. And so that matter is before the court as we speak. And so we responsibly restricted our expenditure as we approach the THA election. We said, now is not the time to go behaving like spendthrifts. And now that we are out of the election, we are seeing a road paving mania happening across the island. Mm-hmm. We have paved to date 45.7 kilometers of road. Wow. I want you to understand what that means. 45.7 kilometers is equivalent to driving from Scarborough to Charlottesville. That's how much road we have paved in just 5 months. In fact, 1 day short of 5 months. We paved Collar Hall to 4th Street, Boko Car Park, Mount Pleasant Roads, Allfields Branch Road, and Bridgewood Triangle. Sanctuary in Blackrock Main Road, Golden Grove Road, Market Square Car Park, Gardenside Street in Scarborough, Robinson Street, that's Young Street to Bacolet Crescent Road, Bacolet Street, Robinson Street, Young Street, Rockley Vale to Northside to Burnett and Castry Street, Northside Road, that's Mount Grace to Rockley Vale, Providence Road to Idlewild to Plymouth Road, Old Road to Montpelier, Smithfield Road, Allfields, Crown Trace, Scipio Trace, Shervan Road to Buku Road, and that's Plymouth to Buku Integrated Facility, Milford Road, Crown Point, and that's by Uptop Bar, the road by Uptop Bar, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, Pigeon Point, Gaskin Bay Road, Union Road, Plymouth Road, Lovers Lane, Richmond Bay Road. And what's not included here is that the Castara fixing up Castara and then Pembroke fixing up Pembroke. So this 45.7 kilometers by now is probably somewhere closer to 50 kilometers. And while all of that is happening, Mr. Presiding Officer, at Public Health, we have a new task force building going on at Signal Hill, which is 80% complete. For those who don't know, those in public health, those who come and treat with the sewers, those who are the perifocals, those who come and look at insect management and all of that, they work out of Signal Hill where the original division used to be. And their conditions were deplorable. The conditions were less than ideal. Because we are a results-based government, because we are a government that's about prosperity for all, we will not allow our workers to continue to work in substandard conditions while we sit high and lofty. So we're fixing where they work. This building at Signal is 80% complete. And when it's completed, I'm hoping that the division will consider building out and moving their division back to Signal Hill over time, because the land asset is there, and that might be a good way of decentralizing things from inside Scarborough and managing traffic in Scarborough. While that is happening, Mr. Presiding Officer, the palliative Hard Court is currently being done. That's at 78% completion, just fencing and the dressing for the court. While that is happening, we have a large build-out happening at Riseland. And you know, the one thing this is 50% completion. This just starts. And the one thing I forgot to work with is a list of all the local contractors that are working here. And I will get the list and ask the Secretary for Settlements to read that list. Because yes, there is a large Trinidad contractor here who is building using his funds. But you know who's doing all that work? Small Tobago contractors, not even medium, micro Tobago contractors are doing this work. In fact, the contractor is just putting down the foundation, putting down the steel frame structure, and our local contractors are doing the block work, doing the masonry work. They have tiling, they have electrical work, plumbing work, carpentry work. This is an example of what must happen in our space. We understand that for some projects, based on cost, we have to use alternative funding methods to fund them. Let's be real. The THA will not be able to do every project as design build, where we pay for every project up front and be able to pay for all 100%. And so we have to get creative in order to provide the deliverables to the people of Tobago. So Riseland, the contractor, is expected to provide 50 units completed by December, but at this rate will be closer to 80 units completed by the end of the month of December. We also have starting Adventure Housing, the earthworks, just where we at with Adventure, and you should start seeing the build works at Adventure in Plymouth happening soon. I want to give a commitment to the people of Plymouth, who every time I walk Plymouth, they complain that the THA built this annex to their community, which was supposed to expand their community, and everybody else living there except their people from Plymouth. And the people of Plymouth must have an opportunity to live in their expanded community as well. It's about protecting indigenous cultures and protecting indigenous communities. So the earthwork is more or less completed, and we are ready to begin the second phase of Adventure, which will expand the housing in Adventure. And not too far from that, the Secretary of Finance will be blessing the community with access to a small piece of land for the patent for the people of Plymouth Steel Sensation. Then we have the development of the Emergency Operations Center at Fairfield Complex. OCS has been quietly redoing Fairfield Complex. That Fairfield Complex will become the headquarters for the Division of Security in Tobago, Internal Security in Tobago, Public Security and Safety and Security, And so that build work is happening as we speak. We are at the basement level because we have to work while the workers are still in the building. We can't have our emergency operations in a building that is not fit for purpose and that is itself at risk during inclement weather. So we are at the basement level now, fixing from the basement level going up. The mandate is to relocate the social groups that are there, not kick them out, but relocate them. We're talking about blind welfare. TFA has already been relocated to the stadium. So the idea is to relocate them into more appropriate spaces, which will be managed by the Division of Community Development and or Youth Empowerment and Sport. So yes, you take care of TYC. Comdev will take care of the others. And this entire facility will now take care of our emergency operations and our public safety and security operations headquartered there in Backlet. This is happening as we speak. While that is happening, Tractor Pool is undergoing upgrade works. Tractor Pool never looks so pretty. So Tractor Pool is undergoing upgrade works as we speak, and that's 85% complete. That will ensure that we provide much more efficient service to our farmers. Our farmers have constantly complained that they have receipts for donkey years and they can't get their lands plowed, etc. We are ensuring that we can have efficiency by having fit for purpose spaces for our workers. So this is Tractor Pool, 85% completed. Then I lamented a year or so ago that we have a reforestation program going on around Tobago, and the people who are the truest guardians of the main ridge rainforest and our most prized forest possession, that they were never in the program. We had a reforestation program happening in Speyside, in Argyle, in Belgarden, but none on the north side. But the people closest to the rainforest are those in Bloody Bay, Palatavere, and Lansfomé. That has been fixed within our first 5 months in returning to office. That the reforestation program was rolled out in the north side, and we have a cadre of young people employed in the area to manage the hiking trails, to ensure that they remain clean, tidy, that garbage is removed, that there are park benches, and all that's necessary. So this was rolled out about 2 weeks ago up at the Main Ridge Rainforest Visitor Center. We also have under construction right now the food hub in Mason Hall. Is 55% complete. So this food hub will create an economic hub away from the main road in Mason Hall. It will begin to create a space where we can transition our public transportation service. Because the intention of the government is that public transportation should have hubs at Mason Hall and Roxborough, where we can transition to smaller buses to go all the way to Lansome, and smaller buses to go all the way to Charlottesville. And if we have a hub at Roxborough, we will also be able to now have a service that goes through the rainforest from Roxborough across the Bloody Bay and those villages. This food hub will be a game changer in terms of micro enterprises in what is Tobago's largest, one of our largest villages by virtue of population size. This is 55% completed. Then we introduced a few weeks ago VR technology to our tourism product here in Tobago, because tourism is changing. Let's be real, tourism is more than sun, sea and sand. And we are using the technology to our advantage, that even if you are differently able, and that's a priority area in this budget, if you are differently able and you can't hike through Gilpin Trace, you can't make it across to Little Tobago, you can't walk from Fort Camberton down to Pirates Bay, you can't make it across Turtle Beach, then you could still see almost in real terms, using virtual reality, our tourism assets. And I want to commend TTAL and the Division of Tourism for using the technology in an innovative way and ensuring that we upgrade our tourism product. Number 17, deserving of honorable mention, is the fact that this year we celebrated 250 years of the Main Ridge Rainforest, and we instituted the award ceremony for our environmental warriors. We are going to be seeing some heavy build development over the next 4 years. And I expect to cross swords with our environmentalists over the next 4 years. But you know what? That is okay. This is a democracy. Their job is to keep us in check while we seek to build out the development of the island. And we want our environmentalists to know that we have not changed our minds with regards to protecting Tobago's best asset, which is our green and blue assets that God has given to us. And so I commend the newly minted secretary and the division for what they have embarked on in celebrating the 250 years, but the other environmental pledges and projects underway. At this time, Mr. Presiding Officer, we have 4 homes under construction as part of the affordable housing program. The pilot project was done in Bonaccord in Milford Court, where we gave that unit to a lady legally blind, and now we have 4 underway, and the division is preparing to go for a further 10 to be constructed, and the division will be doing the further 10 as 10 individual units, so that provides 10 different opportunities for small contractors to get involved in building these affordable homes. We understand, Mr. Presiding Officer, that there will be some among us who will never be able to afford a house, and instead of them living on the streets, we have to take care of them. That's what prosperity for all looks like. That even those who can't take care of themselves because of nature, because of accidents, or for whatever reason, we must take care of them. The hallmark of a caring government is taking care of those who are vulnerable. And then while that is happening, we have some extensive work happening at Lucivale Branch Road. And let me say, I grew up in the vicinity of this area here, and I want to highlight it. Everybody knows one of the best beaches in this area is a beach we call Indian Bay, which is short for West Indian Bay. To access that beach, you will have to drive a long alternative route to get there. But we had people falling down, skating down, because they could not have access to this hill. It's a tricky piece of engineering. I must admit the Division of Infrastructure got the engineering wrong several times. But we seem to be closing in on this project at this time. And this is 68% complete. And let me say, Secretary of Infrastructure, I have harvest on the 26th of July, and I don't want money in the place. So I hope this could be completed in time for that.
We have harvest.
Well, I hear we have harvest, so I'll be passing around the collection plate for some assistance from my colleagues.
It's a part of the heritage calendar, eh?
It's part of the heritage calendar now, so I'll pass on the collection plate so they can assist me with the food and the drinks. Then we also have work happening at Plant Troop Extension, and this is where we have squatters, and I want to pause here to say that sometimes we have informal communities popping up. People just go someplace and start to live, they start to squat. And we're not encouraging squatters. I see we just build a new road going through Friendship, and all kind of people start to pop up there. Let me advise you, if you weren't there all the time, you shall be removed. So we're not encouraging the reckless squatting. And those that are there, we will there before we will make sufficient provisions for them. But sometimes, without our prompting, informal communities come up, and you just have to find a way to take care of them. And it's not just here, but we have the commitment already from self-help to do the bridge for the community up there in Patience Hill, where I think some child fell down some months ago. So that will be done with the assistance of the community and infrastructure. But yes, our mind and our mind's eyes are also set on informal communities. Then we look at Gibson Jetty area. We have begun the process of lighting that area. There is a containerized unit there that will soon house a small security outpost. So we'll have security management of the Buku Reef Marine Park. And it's about ensuring that our visitors, our residents, are safe when they are utilizing our tourism plans. And then we get to Push. In Push, we did a draw last year for the pilot of Push. I'm happy to announce that we have completed the surveys. We have completed the notification of the area. And that we are at the stage where all of those persons who were selected will receive their designated lots so that they can proceed to start to build. The procurement at the Office of the Chief Secretary is preparing to go out to tender so we can provide the necessary access roads and public utilities. But this project is ongoing as we speak. And I will speak some more about Push and what we'll do with that later on in the presentation. And then we have a big one. Gratuities. Again, you've seen gratuities here, and I want to pause so you can look at this chart. And I want to look at 2026 as at May 2026, because contracted officers, those who, and I'm not just talking gratuities, overtime, and other such payments. We always have complaints. I ain't getting me gratuity. Yes, there are some limits because there's always a financial limit. But we made this a priority. And as at May 2026, that's just last month, Assembly legislature paid $26,652 in gratuities. Office of the Chief Secretary paid $874,035. The Division of Finance paid $1,220,696. Food Security paid $783,803. Tourism $603,035. Education, I want my colleagues in the teaching fraternity. Yes, you are still my colleagues. I want you to pay attention. $10,392,995 paid in gratuities to contracted teachers in Tobago. Wow. Community development, a whopping $4,469,674. The Division of Infrastructure, $877,024. The Division of Health, and that will include TRH, that does not include TRHA. The Division of Health, The division of health, 1,394,995 dollars. And the division of settlements, well, youth, you now start. So your workers will get 3 years from now. But the division of settlements, $376,098 for a grand total of $24,019,007 as at May 2026 for the internal divisions of the Tobago House of Assembly. And we ain't done that yet. The TRHA, you know how much the TRHA has paid for the same period? $20 million in gratuities paid by TRHA for the same year. So the Tobago House of Assembly has spent $44,019,007 on gratuities as of May 2026. So if you're home and you're just closing a fridge, or the radio was on a different channel, or the phone ring, or your commercial neighbor just call out your name to see if you're listening to the budget. Listen to this. As at May 2026, this Tobago House of Assembly has paid out $44,019,007 in gratuities to Tobagonians. Prosperity is about putting money in the pockets of average and ordinary Tobagonians. And then we look at the Shore Park tennis courts. This has been an eyesore for a long time. And we are at 93% completion. In fact, the whole of this was a matter of not getting US currency because the expert who is to come and expertly do the dressing of the court so that it is fit for international competition requires payments in US dollars. And so the contractor has been trying to get the US dollars to get the experts here to complete this job. This will be completed before we end the July-August vacation. And we will return to the people of Tobago their hard courts. Their hard courts that will allow for a beautiful sporting complex as is being developed in this area. Because there's a whole macro plan for this area that has the Shore Park complex, the Shore Park playing field, the tennis courts, what we will do in between the complex and the playing field, and what we will do with those godforsaken old quarters we have on the other side of the boulevard. But, Mr. President Officer, this is performance. All of this is happening at the same time. We are spending 40+ million on gratuities, spending millions on tennis courts, spending millions on homes so people who can't afford to pay us a red cent, spending millions on a food hub, protecting our green assets, on emergency operations centers, and all of these things are happening simultaneously. We ain't sit down here, and I think one of the problems we have is that we're not boasting properly of the works that we're doing. And so I will want secretaries to go beyond showing videos of themselves walking, show videos that they work. Meanwhile, videos are walking, our videos are working. Because the people of Tobago must have an appreciation for what good leadership and management and stewardship of our finances look like. And this is evidence of what it looks like. We inherited this in a dilapidated condition. And we're fixing all of the courts one time. This is performance, Mr. President Officer. And finally, I'll end with the permanent home of the Blue Food, where we have one phase left to be done. The community of Bloody Bay does not have at this time an official community center, because the community center was built on private lands without any formal agreement. The owner of the estate who said go ahead and build, she passed. And the family have been taking years to figure out what sort of arrangements they want with the THA. In the meanwhile, nothing could happen on the center. The center is falling apart. But these are vulnerable communities. And we can't do development by focusing only on large communities or affluent communities. Rural communities such as Bloody Bay, with 300 residents thereabout, requires government input. And so the last piece of the puzzle of the Blue Food Ground is the installation of a learning resource center. The entire facility is 41% complete, but the learning resource center will allow for there to be a smart classroom, for there to be open spaces for teaching, for homework center, so that we could shape the minds of the young people in that area. This is an area that not until we got into office, efforts were made to ensure that they have access to internet by fiber optics being run there in concert with the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Now we're doing the Learning Resource Center, which will be at the area where the stage was for last year Blue Food. And this entire facility will include areas for children. The community will have ATVs there and hiking there, access to public washrooms so you could use the river and all the nature trails there at the same time. And so those are just 25 areas I wanted to highlight in a pictorial review. As I move speedily along, and I'm hoping that I will be done by lunch, so you will get lunch on time. There are 5 areas I just want to touch on quickly, based on the priorities established by the Secretary of Finance. And those 5 areas I will touch on quickly, not in detail, will be sustainable tourism, the creative industries, climate resilience, improvement to public infrastructure, food security and sovereignty. I announced after the last sitting, Mr. Presiding Officer, that we are closing in on an arrangement with Caribbean Airlines for direct Toronto-Tobago flight. And we are at the point where we have the agreement from Caribbean Airlines. We, on our end, have signed that agreement. The Secretary of Finance have already released $2.5 million to TTAL to help with the marketing of that flight. 4 million released to TTAL to prepare for the marketing and MRG commitments where Caribbean Airlines is concerned. I am meeting with the Minister of Transportation on Friday concerning this matter, and sometime thereafter the date of the flight will be announced. The purpose of this is that we need to open up Tobago to the world. And as I made that announcement, all kind of experts start to jump out about tourism. Suddenly, well, if you were such an expert, why wasn't doing it when I was in office? If you had all of these bright ideas, why weren't you doing it? Your best offering was Sanders under a very bad MOU deal. And when we said to you, change the MOU, change the terms of agreement, change the deal, you decide to pull it and blame those who were telling you to do the responsible thing. But there's no one fix to our problem with the tourism industry. We need direct flights. We need to fix our room stock. And let's pause. We need to fix our room stock and have quality rooms. There's no secret there. And I'm glad I did not say it. But the head of the Chamber of Commerce in Tobago, he's the one who said it, who spoke about the absence of standards and the quality of the room. And the question is it the THA that's supposed to go and fix everybody's room? Or is that a private sector thing? And what happened with the millions given from COVID till now, and still being given for room upgrades? How has that benefited this sector in improving the quality of rooms? And so there is a need for new hotel developments on the island. And yes, I hear those in opposition to the Marriott Hotel. But the same environmental attributes that that site has exists along the entire island. So it's not that that area has an enclave with some unique species that could only be found there and nowhere else on the island. They exist around the island. And it cannot be a case where we are saying no to every hotel development. My position has been clear, has been consistent. even when Sanders was here. Number one, the THA must take the lead on tourism. Not somebody from outside who going and play golf with a man and deciding he come in and build a hotel in Tobago. That is counterproductive to the autonomy claims and the legal responsibilities of the Tobago House of Assembly. Number two, that any hotel development must meet environmental best practices. Number three, it must recognize the history, the culture of the indigenous communities that these hotels are to be developed in. And the fourth thing that must happen is that it must happen with consultation with the people of Tobago. So we welcome the Marriott Hotel development. They are waiting their planning approvals from Town Country Planning, and then we will move there. But we will be using state assets and encouraging the building of hotels in Tobago, more so boutique hotels, because a current capacity study was done about 10 years ago, which says that Tobago's best positioning will be boutique hotels somewhere between 75 and 150 rooms. So we are not going out for necessarily massive hotels, but boutique hotels that respects our environmental footprint that can be built up. But it's not the theatre job to build hotels. We already saddled with the burden of Manta Lodge. That was a poor investment, a poor economic decision to purchase those two hotels. We went out for some tenders recently, and I'm told that we have some desirable bids for Sanctuary, some requesting outright purchase, some requesting PPP arrangements. That's at the evaluation stage, and then we'll be informed by those doing the evaluation, the project managers at EID Cut, what will be the recommended next step where Sanctuary is concerned. The next area of sustainable tourism is that we have to make provision for a marina in Tobago. And Tobago needs a marina. It has to happen. We are outside of the hurricane belt. There is an advantage to our geographical location. We can easily provide fuel. We can provide electricity. We can provide water. Those are three main things that are needed when yachties and cruise ships and super yachts come to your marina. Because they want to come off their generators, they want to fill up their water tanks, they want to fill up the fuel tanks, and they pay premium for these facilities. We have looked at this area around the Friendship, and sometime early in our tenure, in the last dispensation, I think it was either NITCO or NITDEC, decided they were going to go for tender for this area. And I had to put them in their place. I had to say, but you're not in charge of Tobago. How are you going out for tender for a marina and you're not in charge of Tobago without consulting the government on the island of Tobago? So I had to put them in their place. I am not just talking autonomy. Once I am here, we are living with an autonomous government, and we will live out every single aspect of Act 40 of 1996, whether the 1% or the 5% or 10% like it or don't like it. But we are preparing, and we are going to go out for tender, public tender, open tender, for those wishing to invest in marina development in Tobago. It will be open to firms from Trinidad and Tobago and internationally. The benefit of this area, Mr. Presiding Officer, as shown on the screen, is that it has close proximity to where NGC is and where we have direct fuel lines coming to Tobago. It's within very close proximity to where we generate electricity on the island. And it's also within close proximity to an area shown to WASA about 2 weeks ago by myself and Secretary Joe Field for desalination plant, so that we can produce more water for the people in Southwest Tobago. And then we come to the Buku Reef Marine Park. And I want to speak about this, because I've been having meetings with people from the Buku who operate in the Buku Reef Marine Park. You know, as a parent, sometimes you tell the children, you buff your children and say, no, me I want to talk in from here, but then You know, there's a child here, the children is the object of your parenting, the love of your parenting. So you have to concede and meet with them and talk with them. And notwithstanding my earlier pronouncements that me and want to meeting with them, they have been coming to my office. I had some of the proprietors down on No Man's Land, people who sell there, they came to my office. And just this week, I had 3 representatives there. In fact, 3 among the most vociferous ones there at my office. And we had a very cordial meeting. We had a firm conversation, Mr. Presiding Officer. There are some areas we disagree on. They feel as though we should pull back the Marine Park Bill. I told them I do not agree with that position, but I told them what I agree with and I can commit to is that the Secretary of Environment will begin consultations on the actual regulations. I think what people don't understand is that there's a difference between the regulations and the law. The law is what's going to authorize us to really create regulations and have them enforceable. So the law in and of itself is not the regulations. I don't think they understand that. They think the law itself is the regulations. And so I am asking publicly, instructing publicly that the Secretary for Environment, the Secretary for Legal Affairs, that they sit and go through what those proposed regulations will be. Because this matter is with the CPC, which is the Chief Parliamentary Council, and we know that by statute, the Parliament will go on recess at the end of June. For July and August, this bill would make it to the Parliament before September. And so I am instructing that we create some proposed regulations, go to them, sit with them, and go through the proposed regulations, inclusive of what we propose should be user fees for the area. I even push back against the desire to not have user fees, and I explain that for the park to be managed, it costs millions every year. And we're not managing it for ourselves, manage it for them. I also want to be clear, Mr. Presiding Officer, that our decision to go to court, to have the court invariably regulate the use of the space until laws and regulations are in place, is because even after the death caused by the jet ski, we saw jet skis zooming in and among bathers without care. And no, it's not this government's intention to have a full block on the use of jet skis around the island. I saw as recent as last week that the US government issued warnings to visitors in Bahamas, telling their visitors in Bahamas to avoid the use of jet skis because it's high risk. Some jurisdictions like Jamaica, they ban them altogether. What we have always been proposing is a matter of zoning and saying these are the areas you could operate a jet ski in and these are the areas you should not be in, and we expect that the stakeholders will honor that. I also gave a commitment with the gentlemen there that they are the ones going to take me on No Man's Land, because I insisted with them that we must do some measurable built development in that zone for those who sell in that area. They must have access to water, they must have access to toilet facilities, it must meet environmental best practice. In fact, there are options. You could have toilets that are composting toilets, for example. There are options available for environmentally sensitive areas. As a matter of fact, I don't know if people are aware, you can't even have a beach blue flag, which is considered the highest accolade for a beach that is environmentally sound, unless there are bathroom facilities attached to that beach. So, for example, Englishman's Bay can never be blue flagged unless there are bathroom facilities there. And so the build development there will take into consideration all of the environmental considerations. So I've got their commitment that they will take me out there next week. We will walk again. I know consultations we had with the vendors in the area. We will walk there together, and they will propose me where they think is the best space to do the build out for them. But this government doesn't want to run them from the space, now, Mr. Presiding Officer. I believe Tobagonians must exercise their business with a sense of pride, with a sense of integrity. So for how long are we going to sell under shacks? We can't sell under something that look nice. You travel all over the Caribbean, they have things that look nice, neat, well painted, tidy. And then we are all over the place. We agree that there will be a rebranding of the work that they do down in the area there, so that they're not seen as hustlers and higglers and harassers of the visitors, but that they are seen as worthwhile businessmen who have incredible customer service, who are warm and lovely and can smile and use polite language to residents and visitors. So we'll do the rebranding exercise. Many will not know that we have already offered that as a THA. We'll do everything from providing them with the uniforms and so on that they have, giving them ID passes so that they can be readily identified to a visitor by name and by the company that they work with. But I have some good news. In that meeting, you know what they suggested? They suggested that we should return to the days where we have somebody there on a daily basis before the boat go out, checking and ensuring that the boats don't go past their capacity in numbers before they leave.
Very good.
They suggested that.
Very good.
And so I want to commend them for not just thinking selfishly about their trade, but actually thinking about how they preserve their trade and preserve the industry down there. And that's what responsible tourism is about. Then we have the transition to the new airport terminal that we have been working on. The current airport is just blank. It's empty. It's a beautiful shell. It can open this very minute, but there will be nothing in there to buy. The micro enterprises like those selling Benny and Tambran, they have nowhere to sell because it's a blank space that's there with plugs. So the Tobago Assembly, using its authority in the 5th schedule and with express support from the Ministry of Transportation, the Minister of Transportation, and the Honorable Prime Minister, we are doing the build out inside the terminal to ensure that we have the best first impressions of Tobago. And what we're seeing now, Mr. Presiding Officer, is what we propose as the marketplace. This is where the Benny and Tambran people are going to be. And you see those lovely taro leaves above, what we call dashing leaves? It's to be reflective of our culture and blue food. And you can see the backdrop that there's a lovely tourism office there that will be run by TTAL as well, also being built out, and that has started. We also, you saw earlier on the image of what the check-in area will look like. This will be themed after Tobago's heritage. So it's not just a mundane, ordinary check-in, but it's a check-in area that is reflective of the vibrancy of this island. And you will walk from this check-in area through an area reflective of the main ridge rainforest. Before you get to either your general check-in area or to the marketplace where the actual vendors will be. The theatre is also doing all of this. We're investing in our tourism product. This island, we can't tell people come to this space, and when they come, the place look kaba. When they come, the place must look decent and proper, right? And the Tobagonians I know like to dress up. And why we pause on this, because this is what the domestic lounge will look like, where you wait to take your flight to get to Piako. And this area is themed Boko Reef. So representative for Boko should be proud that there's a part of this themed after Boko. And then the general area upstairs is themed after this cotton tree. And we are providing the spaces for and developing the spaces for the microprocessors and so the micro businesses to operate from. Because the airport policy is really that they just rent you a blank space. And you pay rent for the blank space and you do your own bill out. That's how it is across the entire world. That's why when you travel in an airport, you see no two booths looking alike. because every enterprise is responsible for setting up their own branding. But we know Tobago businesses, they can't afford that. So that's where the THA comes in. That's what prosperity for all means. And this area looking at is the area where our taxi drivers and our car renters will be. So they have a decent space to ply the trade. So they're just jumping in your face as you come out. You want a taxi? No, decency. Plying your trade with integrity and class and improving our standards in Tobago. And with that, we have to also improve our customer service as well. And already, the Secretary of Finance has already released about $10 million towards this project and ensuring that the build-out is possible in the new airport. And then we speak to creative industries, and I don't know if we understand and appreciate how this is a serious revenue generator for our people. We have some of the best talents in the country. We could dance like nobody else except me. We could sing like nobody else except me. We could cook like nobody else, including me. But I don't know that we are selling those assets. I did a presentation at a climate resilience conference in Port of Spain last month, and there were some representatives there from Jamaica. And in the conversation as we were having dinner, they brought up, Carnival culture in Jamaica and Byron Lee and the Dragonaires. And they were asking me for Oscar B, because he was a lead singer for them. As far away as Jamaica, we have Oscar B here ordinarily singing at our functions and not realizing his mark on the region and the globe. We're doing the butterfly and the shadow, not realizing his mark on the globe. And yes, unfortunately, he's not well. But I'm happy to announce that a proposal came asking for support, medical support for him, to the Office of the Chief Secretary, and approval was given to provide the support to Oscar B and his family. I rush on to mention climate resilience, environmental sustainability, and energy transition. By the month of September, we should have the report on energy transition, how we manage energy in the THA. Our light bills are way too high. We need to manage that. We are currently also reviewing a policy on vehicles for the THA, and the mandate will soon be that vehicles of a certain nature must be electric or plug-in hybrid. We are moving away from the use of traditional fossil fuels for vehicles, and we are moving to a policy where the lights, something as basic as the lights, should be turned off, the air conditioning units turned off, where we are not in the offices. We are also looking at how we improve public infrastructure. And I must say, Mr. Presiding Officer, that the Tobago House of Assembly cannot build every piece of public infrastructure that we need. We will never have enough money to do that. And that's why we have to go to investors. We have to go out and ask the private sector to assist. We are showing the lovely design that Secretary James and his team did for in Scarborough. That will be the design for a new transportation hub, offices, retail space, parking. I don't know that has to be built 100% with THA cash. What I really will love to see is if there is some enterprising Tobagonian or national who will build that out and earn their money in the back end. It saves the government the hassle of having to do the maintenance and hiring staff to see about it. But in private hands is better managed, and contractually we can manage what the fees are. And the THA give a commitment to renting office space from them. That kind of model has to be used to build out our public infrastructure. The days when town country planning says to us that no building could go higher than a coconut tree, those days are gone. And as far as I'm concerned, are rubbish. If it is we are protecting our environment, we can't develop like shrubs do, horizontally. Because then we will soon run out of land space. We can't build far and wide, and every enterprise we engage in is a massive complex with several buildings. That won't make sense. We have to start building vertically in an effort to preserve land space. And this is 2026. Parking can happen underground. Parking can happen in the air. You could have gardens on rooftops. The point is, we have to use new building methods, preserve our land space. Remember, it's only 116 square miles we have, and a big chunk of it is being protected for 250 years. So we have to use wisely the remainder of our land assets. Our investment in public infrastructure will include Scarborough Secondary School. And in this fiscal, and you've seen some images from the conceptual, in this fiscal, in fact, probably now I'm advising about a week and a half again, we will go out for modify, build, design. So a conceptual was done. I hosted a focus group with the stakeholders of the school, representing from the PTA, the teachers, the union, the students, the alumni association, and we went through the conceptual drawings for Scarborough Secondary School. And we are going to go out to tender. We are going to award in this fiscal, and the award in this fiscal, we have sufficient funds based on the media review to pay for the final designs, to pay for topographic studies, to pay for all of the initial works to be done where Scarborough Secondary is concerned. This school is a big hallmark of our autonomy. And I want to explain. You know that there is no secondary school in Tobago that was built exclusively by the Tobago House of Assembly since between 1980 and now. Think about it for a moment. The Great Bishop's High School I went to existed before the THA. Roxburgh Secondary existed before the THA. Scarborough Secondary and Signal Hill existed before the THA got started. And then we had the secondary education modernization program started by Basil Pandey. That gave us Speyside High School, Goodwood High School, and Mason Hall High School, all built by the central government. Harmon School Estate was built on people like me who pay tithes and offering in the Lord's Church, not by the THA. Pentecostal Light and Life, by the people, by the Pentecostal people. They did get some government support and funding, but the school wasn't exclusively 100% built by the THA. This administration, in its second term in office, moved from staring at the bush on the hillside to allocating the land to a conceptual drawing and being able to go out to not just tender but to award a contract for the building of the first secondary school to be exclusively built by the Tobago House of Assembly. That is autonomy at work. And that's what has happened when they vote out PNM. Because I sit down in this house since 2017. And since 2017, every year, all we get is 1 million cab, sorry. So, Mr. President Officer, on their behalf, they get a little excited. But every year, what we're getting, 1 million can build no school. We got the largest allocation to a secondary school to build Scarborough Secondary School at the media review. That's what's happened when they change leadership. And whether they like the lady from South or not, we get more from the leader in South than the one who born right in Mason Hall. And so these are all lovely conceptuals, and they will walk you through with those in the tender, and they'll go for modify, design, build. And then, if I'm talking improvement to public infrastructure, I have some concerns about some old government quarters that we have all over the place. All of them falling into significant disrepair, Mr. Presiding Officer. The Executive Council 2 weeks ago met and approved the reallocation of these assets to housing assets. They will be placed into the POSH program. They will be sold at the market value to the public officers in Tobago. And that project will be exercised between the Office of the Chief Secretary and Turk, which is the housing company over at the Division of Settlements. This is what they have been. A reflection perhaps of how they governed for 21 years. All of these housing assets in a state of disrepair, no maintenance. And yet, every time somebody house wash away, catch a fire, they teach you to rent place to people. And look, all of these wasted to a state of disrepair have to be rebuilt. And so we are going to take a look at these assets. We are going to move to the place where we value what they are. Some will be kept by the THA for strategic purposes, and that will be based on their geographical location. So, for example, I could say one time, those at Otley Street Extension will be kept for strategic purposes. Some will be kept for national security purposes, because we make a provision for national security. And some will be kept for natural disasters, if we need in terms of natural disasters. But all the others will be placed in a pool and made available for sale at the existing market value for the properties. So Tobago public officers, you can look out for this. It is important. And let me say, this notion that every time somebody has to work in Tobago in the public service, we have to provide place for them to stay, must stop. It must stop. When Tobagonians go to Trinidad to work in the public service, nobody provides any quarters, any apartments, anything. They have to dip down in the pocket and pay their own rent. And we have Tobago public officers working in Trinidad right now. You're not entitled to anything from the THA. There's one public service either you want to come and work, or you give up the appointment to somebody else who want to come and do the work. I am not making any provision for any public officer coming from Trinidad to work in Tobago with no housing. That is stopping as of today. So I've already instructed the chief that who already lucky and inside there, let them stay inside there, because I don't believe in throwing people out on the street. But as they depart, if they're not in national security, then they're not a priority. If it's not strategic, then it's not a priority. And if it is not a natural disaster, then it's not a priority. Find your own rate. And then food security and sovereignty. I will speak to one issue there, which is the moving of CPEP. And I see some chatter in the public space about it. Both CPEP and URP were retained by this government. They campaigned and they said, well, just as the central government, they will disband it in Tobago. We haven't disbanded CPEP and URP. What we have done is that we have repurposed them, putting them to work. We are saying in CPEP, beyond paying you to do some little landscaping, we are paying you to assist with our food security and sovereignty issues, putting you on our farmlands to work, to produce crops, to rear animals, and to give you new skills. And over time, we will matriculate you into a company, sort of like a cooperative, where you get to manage your own stocks and earn from your own enterprise and your own efforts. But we are not there yet. So that's what the CPEP workers will be doing in short order later in this fiscal year into next year. Mr. President Officer, as I approach the last leg of the presentation, I see I wasn't so good on the promise of ending at 12, but we'll be there shortly. I want to make some detailed observations on 5 areas. Detail does not mean that I have to be long on it. constitutional autonomy. On August 10th, Monday, August 10th, the entire Tobago will be called to a halt, will be asked to pause. The entire island will descend on Shore Park Complex, and we will host the Shore Park Convention, where I will invite other political voices in the Tobago space, religious organizations, NGOs, educators and other professionals, and even people you don't think are professionals like housewives, to come out and to share their broad perspective on what autonomy for Tobago means, what they want out of this self-governance government exercise and experiment. That will then trigger the community consultations, and the Secretary of Finance spoke about it in her budget, about the team that will go out and will listen to all of your claims and your projections. And while that is happening, the Secretary of Legal Affairs will lead a team that will do the drafting of those proposed bills. And the Secretary of Legal Affairs will speak more to that. So far, Tobagonians have heard of just one person who is already committed to this exercise, who is Professor Ghani. As you should know, Professor Ghani was on the THA team in 1995, chaired by former Chairman Lennox Dinoon, when they were preparing for Act 40 of 1996. Professor Ghani was not even on the Trinidad's team. He was on the THA team at that time. And more than likely, he will be the only person who was on the last team who will be on this present team. The other members of that committee will be detailed at post-executive briefing next week. I must secondly give some observations about developing an inclusive society. Last month, an edict went to all divisions and companies of the THA instructing that at least one special needs citizen of Tobago must be in the employ of your division or company. We're not just talking it. We can't have a prosperous society and some in our society will never get a chance. And we are saying that you have special needs, maybe you can't walk for long hours, maybe you have speech impediment, hearing impediment, but there must be a place for you in our schools and in our workplace. And it cannot be that we just investing in schools, because we make it a priority in this fiscal year. So the campus that is meant to take our special needs people all the way into adulthood, that is not sufficient. The best practice is really inclusion. And it can't be we build a campus and chuck them in a corner in Single and say that's where you should stay. They have to be included in our society, meaning be included in our workplace and in our ordinary schools. And we have begun that process. For too long, we have some squint job down in Bonaccord by the primary school. You have to bring them out of it and treat them with dignity and give them decent schooling. There are people with special needs getting PhDs as we speak, while Tobago's special needs children are struggling. Thirdly, sustainable population growth. The Division of Health and Wellness already got the approval of Executive Council, and they are preparing to roll out the well-received covenant of $500 per child for the first 5 years of the child's life. And so that will be effective from January 1, 2026. So even if your child was 2026. So even if your child was born before the rollout of this policy, you will receive a little back pay for the months you did not receive. Responsible governance is a result-based government, and a result-based government leads to prosperity for all. And I'm seeing, Mr. President, some good friends in the public gallery who shall remain nameless, that I hope are motivated by this policy to start. And while that is happening, we are, with the actuarians, working on the broader policy of the trust fund for our Tobago children under the age of 18 and what that will look like. Then we have digital infrastructure and AI adaptation. We have already launched internally our AI platform that will allow for constant monitoring of the work that we do, the work that is being done in the divisions and in the companies. As that is being rolled out through the divisions, it means that as chief secretary, as a secretary, you can sit from a global space and look at every single project happening across the whole of Tobago in real time. You can see who have the file, who is left to take action, why they didn't take action in real time. So we're not struggling to find files, struggling to figure out who deal with the matter now. It's about using the technology for greater efficiency. And we also heard in the budget about how we are going to set up virtual desks, how you are going to engage for social welfare, social protection, how those are going to be digitized and you're going to receive your money digitally. Frankly, I think we took a little long to get here, but we are very close to the point where your temporary food cards, your benefits can just simply come to your phone and you walk in your supermarket and you tap your phone and pay and go about your business. That's the direction we're going in, which means your house burned down. You're not struggling to try to come into town to go by fires, get a fire report, then you go across by the electrical inspectorate, and then you move from there, you go across by health, and you're trying to catch car up and down town. You're done frustrated already. We are digitizing our access to social protection, which is in an effort to ensure that there's prosperity for all. And finally, developing advanced institutional capabilities. We're looking at significant training opportunities. Secretary Morrison will be preparing a program where we'll finally get the Public Service Academy going. We are looking at training public officers in conversational Spanish. Every public officer must be bilingual at least. Must be bilingual at least. That adds to global competitiveness and greater ease of doing business. We are looking at training in other areas such as AI, digital platforms, law, public service management. And what we are doing is that we are going to be working with the universities to bring the programs right here on our doorsteps in Tobago, offer them, and our public officers will get actual accredited certificates and degrees. And we want to offer programs all the way up to the postgraduate level for our public officers here in Tobago. Essentially, this is part of a building out of the Tobago University concept that we have had since PDP days, about having a satellite type university existing on the island, and we are about to be starting in the next fiscal year with this program. We also understand that while we have countless employees of the THE, and I don't mean this in any derogatory way, we do experience some capacity challenges. And that might just simply be a reason of lack of exposure. There are many of our workers, they have worked nowhere else but Tobago. They went to school right here. Some went to school in Trinidad, but most spent their life in this Tobago space without the virtue of having international connections, understanding how the world works outside of Tobago. And so naturally, there will be some capacity challenges. There is another issue we must look at, which is the outward migration of our top talent. And I've always said that my class had a class reunion recently, that's class of 2001. And can't believe 25 years passed. Granted, I missed most of the class reunion activities, I missed the activities. But when I thought about my own class, when we started sixth form in lower 6 in September 2001, my lower 6 class had 93 students in it. 93. I don't know if I could find 93 of us still living and working on the island of Tobago. And if at that time, Tobago only had 2 schools with sixth form, and in those days, that was the thing to do. You do O-levels and then you go to sixth form. And you went to sixth form either at Bishops or Signal Hill. So students came into my sixth form from Scarborough Sec and others, and Roxburgh Secondary and others, and the same for Signal Hill. But if out of 93, and that might have easily been 93 of the best performers in CXC O-level that year, I don't know if I could find 50% of those living and working on the island. It means that we are seriously bleeding our talent. But we shouldn't whine over that. What we have to do is buttress those who remain in the fight and who remain here to build the island up. And so this developing of advanced institutional capabilities is about improving them, ensuring that the Tobago worker is the best in the country, ensuring that we continue to produce leaders in the public service. And at the post-budget press briefing last week, on Monday, the conversation also arose about the number of employees of the THA. And I decided to do a deep dive to see how many people were employed since we took office. So I sent out a missive asking for the data for January 2022 all the way to the end of May 2026. How many people have we employed since we come into office? I don't know if to be proud or not of this number, but Mr. Presiding Officer, we are at 3,146 and counting. So over 3,000 new employees over the last 4 years. Added to the THA payroll, over 3,000. This is new employment. This is contract, daily rated, over the last 4 years. Over 3,000. Now I know some somewhere are celebrating, because that means employment, it means money in the bank, and all of those good things. But the side of me that did some economic studies will have to question whether this is sustainable. And the reality is that we have to build industries outside of the THA. So the THA is not the only go-to for employment. That a man or a woman must say, well, I could get paid more outside. And that's why we have to invest in the tourism sector. That's why we invest in fixing the airport. We have to invest in fixing rooms. We have to invest in fixing up Store Bay, that in the budget. We have to invest in fixing up Pigeon Point and No Man's Land and our beach houses and Blue Food Ground. We have to create avenues for entrepreneurship. We have to invite investors here to come and build boutique hotels, because we have to create industries outside of the THA. And in the creation of those industries, we have to also look at what can we produce, what factories can we build. And so it's not idly that we decided to just put CPEP with food security, because we are transitioning them to a place where they can actually build industries, that they could produce things and then later on process stuff. And they will be trained and they will be paid for their work, and they will earn on their own. But we have to manage this. And yes, there will come a point, Secretary of Financial and Economy, where I will have to issue an edict freezing employment in the THA, because we can't just keep going. We can't just keep going. Don't be alarmed, those of you who are on short term and is not in this count as yet. Those of you on 10 on, 10 off. We extended your program till the end of August, because we know we didn't want any disruptions before you prepare your children to return to school. But the division is working on transitioning to the permanent hires and filling the vacancies there at the Division of Infrastructure. To fill those vacancies requires that the division promotes those who are already on the establishment into the elevated vacant positions, and then make the positions at the bottom available for entry. So that administrative work is happening along with the unions, and we are hoping that by the time we get to the end of August, we will get to the place where we do those permanent hires on the vacancies. And there's some other divisions with some existing vacancies. We're trying to close those gaps. But once we have closed those gaps, we will have to put a pause on hiring for a number of years in the THE to allow us to catch up with, because with increased budgetary allocation from central government, I don't want us to just increase on the current expenditure. I don't want the current expenditure to mushroom to the place where we have no money to build roads and build schools and to build bridges and to do the infrastructural work that is required. But we are happy that over 3,000 Tobagonians got the chance to be employed by this government. And that's why when the minority spent the last 4 years saying that we're wicked and we're taking bread from people's mouths and people ain't getting work, they know over 3,000 people quietly getting their bread, eating their bread and keeping them out quiet and ready to vote them completely out of office. They don't know that. They don't mind their business. They don't mind their business, so they see that Tobagonians are being serviced by this caring and loving government. The data speaks to it. So, Mr. Presiding Officer, as I bring this contribution to a much needed close, permit me to say a few words about the ethos of this administration. That's the spirit that will animate every decision we make over the next 4 years. This government believes that public office is a sacred trust. We reject the notion that government exists to preserve privilege, to reward political friends, or merely to administer decline. We believe government exists to improve the human condition. Every policy we pursue, every road we pave, every school we improve, every entrepreneur we empower, every investment we attract, and every community we strengthen must ultimately answer one question: has it made life better for the majority of the people of Tobago? That is the standard by which we ask to be judged. We are a government that believes in competence over convenience, evidence over emotion, planning over improvisation, collaboration over confrontation. Thank God that there's collaboration now. Thank God I could pick up the phone and call people. Thank God there is no acrimony. You know, it feels good. Man, you can just sleep in your bed at night and not know that agencies of state are going to be weaponized against you. Because there is a measure of respect. And that doesn't mean that there is always agreement between us, you know. That doesn't mean that everything they do that we are lockstep in agreement with. But respect means that even when we don't agree, we agree to disagree respectfully. Collaboration over confrontation, and service over self-interest. We believe that transparency builds trust, that accountability strengthens democracy, and that measurable results, not eloquent speeches, are the true currency of good governance. We are unapologetically ambitious for Tobago because we know that this island is capable of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. I saw some of my same friends, Mr. Presiding Officer, down in the Buckaroo Reef area. They went cruising around the Caribbean, traveling around the Caribbean, and they all up on TikTok showing what happening in St. Martin. And the Tobagonian from Goodwood running the port there in St. Martin, and they're proud of the Tobagonian. And then they're reflecting back home where 2 boats could be held. Not even not even proper cruise ships. Two pirogues could barely hitch up next to each other. And as an island, what we have to dream for itself must be bigger than that. I want to see a Tobago that is transformed in a remarkable way. We are looking at a transformation of people through training, through education, through how we focus data over education, through the building of a new secondary school, through increased provisions for skills training and vocational education. That has to also translate in a transformation of public infrastructure. And no, I don't want Tobago to look like Miami. I don't want Tobago to look like New York. But I want Tobago to look like its best self. The Tobago I know is a Tobago where, even when they don't have it, you look your best, you are your best. Most people probably know me where I live now. But in my formative years, we were living in my great-grandparents' house. My great-grandparents' house stood just before where my father's house presently is. It was a wooden house on posts. I don't know if you know those wooden houses on some posts with the push-out windows. It was one of those old homes with push-out windows. And one of the things I could always remember is that as small, as humble as that was, it was always kept clean, always well swept, bed well made. I could tell you, in fact, I met my father living in that house. I have a cousin who now live in this spot, built a house in that spot. The house didn't even have electricity. It was those kerosene lamp. That's during my primary school years I'm talking about, you know. When I started Bishops, my father now started to build the house we live in. And when we moved in the house we live in, it didn't have doors and windows. It was a piece of plyboard knocked across the windows. And we saw a piece of a plyboard where the door's supposed to be that we used to slide back and forth to cover the entry. But it wasn't so much about what we had, you know, but it's about how we presented what we had. Nobody in my class could have said that was my house, because the clothes always clean, the shirt the whitest among the whites, linen plain with that, well ironed, crisp. The book bag always had every piece of book plus extras, because every holiday my father would go to the bank and take a loan and pay for the books. Why am I telling you this story? Because it's not so much about what we have now that makes a difference, you know. It's what we do with what we have that makes a difference. And I don't know since when Tobago became a place that we settled for ordinary, that we settled for kaba, that we settled for things not being in the most efficient. I want this place to look good. I want, when we walk through town, when we walk through Scarborough, to feel a sense of pride that this is my capital, that it is efficient, that traffic is moving well, that there are lovely pedestrian streets, tree-lined streets, that it is well decorated, that the buildings are not falling apart, that we don't have balconies hanging on by mossy threads, that it looks like who we are as a people. Because who we are as a people is that we understand what it is to be poor but pious. We understand what it is to not have, but to be immaculate in how we keep our surroundings. Since when we become a people that toss in our fridge, stove, maybe it's because we couldn't afford all them fridge and stove. Maybe because long time we couldn't afford to change it every Christmas. But people are indiscriminately dumping all over the place. We can't keep up with it. We go and we clear air white waste, now we come back the same day clear it. By night time, middle of the night, somebody gonna go and put on an old couch set instead of just taking it to the dump. That's a reflection on all of us. It's more than just government. It's about how we keep our own yards. We should not be begging people to cutlass your own yard. By my grandparents' house, it was like a botanical gardens. Flowers are all kind. I don't even see some of those variety of flowers anymore. My grandmother's one of those ladies used to walk out the place and pick up plants. I sure everybody had a grandmother or a mother. Couldn't go by a neighbor and not come back home without a piece of plant to plant. always picking up a piece of flowers to plant somewhere. Or I ain't get this home, so you go and plant it. All different flowers, because there was a sense of pride in ourselves, who we are, what we possess as a people. This budget is calling for us to get back to that as part of the value that we have to set for ourselves. As a government, we have set the stage. We have decided that we are not going to aim low at all. You see, last election there, they started to talk about port development. Before that, they had nothing in none of them manifestos about any port development. Their manifestos were about giving people work and building some little small things here and there. But we decided that we have to be ambitious, that the goals must be in the stratosphere. We can't put the goals below the white line in the ground. The goals have to be up in the sky. That's what we have to aim for. And yes, we don't have the money to do all of it one time. But we are taking steps. We are using alternative methods. We are going out to tender. We are encouraging investors to come in. And you will hear from secretary after secretary how lofty the goals are for the next fiscal year. My job as chief secretary is to hold the secretary's feet to the fire, to ensure that they keep these pledges with the people. But when we sit in the exec council, we don't sit down there thinking about how we could make money for ourselves. We don't sit down there spending the time trying to figure out how to benefit a financier. We sit down there thinking about how do we improve this place for our people? How do we make our villages even more livable and more coherent? How do we educate our children? We spend a long time trying to find money so we can put more money into datas. Every year, datas, when I came here as chief secretary, datas started off with about $2 million, $2.5 million in datas. And what we start doing? Pumping more money into it, spending 5, 7, 10 million to send people out to university to study, to send them to schools all over the world, because we want the best for our young people, the best for future leaders. And so again, I want to thank the people of Tobago for renewing their confidence in this party and this government. I don't take that as any slight achievement. I don't even take it as an achievement of my own. I'm taking it as the people of Tobago saying we are worthy of a contract for another 4 years. I'm not here pitching for the 4 years after that. When that time comes, I will do the performance appraisal with you, the people of Tobago. You will interview us and you will decide whether to give us back the work or not. You see, for this 4 years, by the end of this 4 years, by 2030, Tobago must not look and feel like it looks and feel like now. We will clean up our streets. We will fix our tongues. We will clean the verges. We will build out our villages. We will bring enterprise and business into our villages. At the end of the day, we are committed to being a results-based government that is intent on providing prosperity for all the people of Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member for Scarborough Mount Grace, you may now join the debate.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings, Mr. Presiding Officer. As always, No. I'll make do. As always, Mr. Presiding Officer, I want to thank the people, the good people of Scarborough Mount Grace, who's returned me to this house to represent them, and I hope to do so to the best of my ability. Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand in support of the budget presented by the Honorable Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy, Mrs. Roberts, and I want to focus my presentation more on the development side of the budget, but I may, if time permits, speak about one recurrent issue which I think is critical for the people of Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, I am now privileged to lead, as the Chief Secretary has appointed me, to the new Division of Strategic Planning and Development. I want to because there's been so much talk around this space, I want to just explain what the division is and what it will do, not go through what the Chief Secretary had already mandated and is in the public space, because that is there for everybody to read. But the goal of the division is to centralize planning and implementation into one ecosystem. And so at the division, we hope to take the necessary action to ensure that the plans of the THA are executed in a coordinated manner, that the policies are developed, and that through the SDPP, we will be able to develop the performance management systems necessary to ensure we are delivering on the goals that we set. So the division will bridge the gap between policy and implementation. It will integrate strategic planning and policy development, spatial planning and development control, development coordination and program integration, research, monitoring and performance management, of course, through the PIDI, capital infrastructure planning, macro program management, urban redevelopment, development delivery systems, and mega projects planning and execution. The division, therefore, will function not just simply as a planning division, but as the coordinator of the Tobago development architecture. Through the strategic development planning pathway, the new division of strategic planning and development will integrate planning, budgeting, financing, implementation, and performance management within this new development ecosystem. The objective is to ensure that development priorities are identified, financed, implemented, and monitored through one coordinated framework. I want to say, Mr. Presiding Officer, that Tobago cannot administer its way into development. Tobago must plan its way to development. Tobago must invest. Tobago must build, and we must build our own way to development that we want. The division, therefore, represents a shift from administrative management towards transformational development, infrastructural self-sufficiency, and long-term economic resilience. So, Presiding Officer, so we've presented a budget of $1 billion thereabouts for the fiscal 27 development program. The $1 billion represents, by our estimation, a justified, the Chief Secretary talked about the fair share conversation, but $1 billion in our estimation represents a development ask that we think is reasonable and that we think should be considered, and for the first time in the history of budgeting in Trinidad and Tobago, be allocated to the people of Tobago. Section 43 of the THA Act recognizes Tobago's rights to budgetary development considerations in excess of population percentage figures. And this has been a discussion that has been going on since the 1990s, when the Tobago House of Assembly had to take the government to the Dispute Resolution Committee to ensure we were getting at least some minimum amount guaranteed in the budget. Tobago, therefore, operates under structurally established development conditions. The development gap that we now see between the two islands, Trinidad and Tobago, is therefore not accidental. It is structural. Structural because it is entrenched in the economic system of Trinidad and Tobago now, and we in Tobago continue to be significantly behind the Trinidad as far as it goes to development, budgeting, and development project implementation. The case, therefore, for an equal share of the development spend is not one of preferential treatment. It is one, I want to say, of structural correction. And I want to say, Mr. Presiding Officer, that the PNM missed the boat on this, maybe willfully, over the last 15 years. 15 years of which, 5 of which were not the PNM. And the figures I want to read will kind of tell the story of what what has happened between our request for development spend in Tobago and what was actually awarded to Tobago for development spend as compared to what happened in Trinidad. I want to go further, Mr. Presiding Officer, to talk about the Infrastructure Development Fund that funds infrastructure development in Trinidad and not in Tobago. The Infrastructure Development Fund, called the IDF, was established in 1997, and it funds national development and has increased by financing through, it has increased over the years by allowing the fund to now be spent on project-based capital allocation. Billions of dollars have been invested through project financing mechanisms to support transformational projects throughout Trinidad, and I dare say none in Tobago. Yet Tobago has remained substantively and materially omitted from this model. Instead, Tobago's development has remained largely dependent on annual consolidated fund allocations and percentage-based budgeting discussions. The result, Mr. Presiding Officer, is that there is not merely a funding gap, it is a structural gap in development reality orchestrated by a parliament that functions substantively in opposition to the people of Tobago. And I am saying this very soberly. From 2012 to 2026, the THA requested $24.6 billion for development spend in Tobago. THA was allocated $4.4 billion. In the same period, Trinidad was allocated $90.6 billion, not counting the monies that they got at mid-year review. $90.6 billion. And so, if I want one point to remain in the minds of Tobagonians and Trinidadians, is that this model cannot continue. On November 4th, 2025, addressing this House, the Honorable Prime Minister, standing right next to where you are, Mr. Presiding Officer, said, and I quote, "In short order, we will develop a fair and transparent mechanism to allocate a portion of national revenues to Tobago in accordance with an agreed upon fair share model." She went on to say that this equalization model, in the first instance, will allow for a moving away from the current population-based budgeting for development, but will move instead to project-based budgeting. In the first instance, these commitments fundamentally change the development financing conversation for Tobago, and fair share financing and project-based budgeting financing are now matters of stated national policy. And so, unless the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago intends to make the Prime Minister into a liar, I am presuming that in the first instance starts this year. And in the first instance, while we not yet have a fair share agreement negotiated, in the first instance, the government of Trinidad and Tobago ought to, and we demand, allocate to the TJ our $1 billion. Mr. Presiding Officer, there's always been this conversation between Tobago and Trinidad as to what is the GDP of Tobago, how much money we're making in Tobago, what is our contribution to this national revenue pool that we have, and so on. And there is no conversation, the conversation on budget must include a revenue conversation. And so we in Tobago have to ask ourselves if strategically the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, by attempting to limit the administrative authority of the THA to 6 nautical miles, is a willful attempt to ensure that revenue calculations in Tobago are limited, are restricted, that energy revenue calculations in Tobago are limited to within 6 nautical miles. And if that is the case, then again the Parliament has been willfully working against the people of Tobago to ensure that we feel as though we can't contribute. But what is the reality? If Tobago were to be properly defined, and it is more of an economic conversation, not a political conversation. If we understand strategy and how this has developed over the last, since independence, we understand that this is an economic conversation. When the government of Trinidad can take monies after flora and spend it, designed to be spent in Tobago, and spend it all in Trinidad, we understand that the political structure that is Trinidad and Tobago is an economic structure designed to keep Tobago outside of the revenue that legitimately belongs to you, the people of Tobago. And so Tobago is surrounded by energy resources. And if, according to UNCLOS, we were to delineate Tobago and Trinidad, but remain into one jurisdiction called Trinidad and Tobago, then several energy fields will fall certainly under the calculation of revenue to the supposed state of Tobago. You know, I use 2 states in my email all the time, 1 union, 2 states, to make the point that we can in fact have a sovereign democratic state that is distinctly separate, but comes together as one state. And we see this all over the world. We see it in Britain. Scotland controls the North Sea and collects a revenue for themselves, and by law they share some with Britain. We see it in Canada. Provinces in Quebec and in the Far East control their resources, energy resources out in the ocean, and share it with Montreal. This is not a new thing, and the time has come. The time has come for Tobago, Mr. Presiding Officer, and for Tobagonians as we move to that big meeting at Shaw Park to understand that if we don't share in the energy resources that we have now, we can never develop what we have dreamt about developing. The future of deep sea exploration is in fact in the Tobago EEZ if it were properly defined. North Coast Marine Area 2, 4, Block 25, Block 23, Block 22, even the deep water where Exxon is now adjacent to Guyana, all of that will be in Tobago's waters, and all of that should be calculated to the revenue of Tobago. We live in a convenient jurisdiction. When I buy my vehicle, well, I ain't paying tax these days on vehicle, but when I bought my vehicles in the past, and I pay my tax on a vehicle, it is calculated as Trinidad taxes. When I buy my tuna, I buy Warner's grocery, it is calculated as Trinidad taxes. When companies that operate in Tobago pay PAYE for their employees and pay company tax, it is calculated as Trinidad tax. When cruise ship passengers pay their taxes on tickets, it is calculated as Trinidad tax. When people travel from New York and maybe from Canada soon, from England, and pay percentage of their taxes for tickets to come to Tobago, it is calculated as Trinidad tax. When my siblings who are Tobagonians and who are to be promoted in a public service in Trinidad pay their taxes, Trinidad taxes. So we have not been able to properly calculate what our contribution is, and through the division, strategic planning, and through the PRDI to be come on stream next year, we will bring those figures to the public so that we have a clearer picture and we can feel differently about ourselves as to what really is our contribution to this so-called national revenue that people seem to think 90%, 95%, 97% must be spent in Trinidad, and some token should be given to Tobago. From 2012 to 2026, by our estimation, the revenue collected from energy fields in what should be considered as the Tobago EEZ, from our calculation in that same period, we have contributed in excess of 100 billion TT dollars. And those are figures anybody could research for themselves. And so when we present this budget this year of $1 billion, we have no doubt that the government should in fact give us this $1 billion. We feel strongly that we have come to the point in the development of Trinidad and Tobago where a decision has to be taken as to how we equalize the islands. How do we bridge that gap? How much money does it take to bring Tobago to the level of development that Trinidad has? So we could finally see and we could finally feel proud when the anthem started to play. We could put our hand down very smartly and we could say, side by side, we stand. I'm saying to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance that that time should start September, October 2026. So what are we doing at the division to ensure that the development of Tobago proceeds in a structured, planned way? Everybody knows the Chief Sec said that we'll be responsible for mega project development. I want to get into the psyche of Tobagonians that when I was at Works, we paved a set of road, and my good friend Secretary Pantin is doing a great job of paving a set of roads and ensuring that everybody's saving shocks and tires and so on, and we are feeling better about Tobago is beginning to feel that we're really moving the island forward. I want to say that we have to bear in mind that necessary as those things are, the economy does not move on that. The economy moves on investment. The economy moves on revenue generation. And if we are to move the economy forward, apart from the $1 billion, we have to find a system that allows us as Tobago, us as a government, to bring money into the space and to multiply that money as long as possible, to retain some of that money before it leaves. And that is why our focus, or part of our focus, has to be on mega project implementation. And so we have put together a list of 7 projects. My hand's scratching me, I believe. Money coming. Secretary of money coming. Money coming. We have put together a series of mega projects that designed to ensure that we are bringing private sector revenue into the Tobago economy. The chief talked about the marina at Cove.
Please be seated. Who's the person that's responsible for that telephone outburst? Could you kindly step outside for 5 minutes, please? Thank you. Continue, member.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. We live in essentially a marine space in Tobago. And so developing projects that help us benefit from our marine advantage is critical to the economic development of Tobago. And so in this fiscal, we will go out to tender for the marina. We have concepts, we have location, and we are hopeful that we are now working on the RFP and so on, and that will be going out to tender, if not this quarter, certainly in the next quarter. Again, that will be a PPP project. We'll be going out to tender for the parkade and transportation hub in Scarborough. We are hopeful that we'll go out to tender for a couple hotels, one in Pigeon Point and one in Scarborough. Since our trip to Fragrant Hill, we have been getting interest from international companies who want to invest in Tobago. And so Fragrant Hill is a tourism summit we went to in China, and we prepared that document to go to that summit. And we are hopeful that this year, the interest we are now getting, that investment will take off in Tobago. Because it's only through that investment that we are going to move the economy forward. We want Tobagonians to understand that it's only through these bigger projects that we can transform the economy, that we can create jobs, that we can stimulate investment, that we can generate multiplier effect, and we can expand what we are offering if we are going to build a really decent tourism sector on the island. We are still hopeful, of course, that we will get more interest on the port. You've got some interest, and we're negotiating now, but there are legal challenges that we must overcome. And so we look forward to exciting times. Mr. Presiding Officer, spatial planning. Spatial planning is one of the core responsibilities of the division. We are hopeful that before the year finishes, I know I made a statement on this before, but we are hopeful that before calendar 2026 comes to an end, that town country planning will be under the full control of the THA. We have in fact and I want to say this very, very carefully. We have, in fact, written to the Minister of Planning in Trinidad 2 months ago, and we are still awaiting a response. Notwithstanding, we will be moving, as directed by the Chief Secretary, we will be moving to ensure that the few items of authority given to us under the 5th schedule of the TH Act, that in fact we take that and we take that manfully and manage what we have. Since independence, we've not had a spatial plan in Tobago. People are still right north of Cromwell Highway. Lands are still classified as agricultural lands. You still have to go to Port of Spain and appeal to some appeal board in Port of Spain to get a land use change for lands that are essentially in town. You know, and we sit back and we accept this as if, well, that's okay, that's normal, you know. And so before long, we'll develop a spatial plan for Tobago. We will begin to zone various areas in Tobago for different types of land use, and critically, we will develop a marine plan in conjunction with the Division of Marine Affairs. I almost say Marine Affairs. The Division of Environment, to ensure that we are creating the policies to collect revenue for rental of the seabed and so on. That
Member, you have 3 minutes of speaking time remaining.
So we will in fact be ensuring that around the island, and as you moor your vessel, we have the policies in place along with Secretary Henry to develop the policies to ensure that we are collecting the revenues that we should collect from those who are in fact using our marine space. Mr. Presiding Officer, before I close, I want to speak about an issue that is a bit vexatious and a bit concerning. The 23rd report of the Salary Review Commission, and this is the one recurrent issue I want to speak about, in 1991, records that representations were made that certain assemblymen and councillors had been assigned special responsibilities requiring full-time attention. Those who remember, in the 1980 Act, there was only one full-time representative, and that was the chairman of the Tobago House of Assembly. And the intent of the legislation at the time was to have one chairman run the entire public service in Tobago. And so just that chairman alone attracted pension, attracted vacation in all of Tobago. And the chairman at the time had to seek permission to have, although he named secretaries, for secretaries to be paid and to get remuneration and all of that, he had to seek permission. And so he brought this to the Salary Reviews Commission. This is 1991. Today, members who served in this house, who built the foundation of the THA, have not been remunerated after retirement, not 1 cent. Today. After the SRC, this information was brought to the SRC, subsequent parliaments.
Member, your speaking time has elapsed.
Mr. Presiding Officer. Next one. Beg to move that the member for Scarborough-Mongrace be given additional time to complete his presentation.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 minutes of additional speaking time.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. As we sit here today in this House, members past cannot be paid. The SRC apparently is limited by the clause in the THA Act that says that the THA must arrange to pay pensions to its members. I don't know if that is the case, but it seems that that's their limitation. Every other entity in Trinidad and Tobago that the SRC sets salaries for attract a pension. We've had chairman of the THA having to go and pull bull, as we say, after retirement to sustain himself. We've had members of the THA who set the foundation for what we have to die in penury because somebody in Trinidad decide that we who serve the people in Tobago are not worthy of a pension, that we must contribute to pension when everybody else who are in government gets a pension. And so we at the division will bring a motion to this House, we will bring a policy document to the Executive Council, and we will bring a motion to this House to debate this issue once and for all, to send amendments to the THA Act, if that is what it takes, to take that line out about the Tobago House of Assembly providing for its members. There's nothing more crazy than that. Even in that 20, how much years from 1996, not one vote is on the THA books for pensions to be paid. Members who have contributed, my salary is being debited now. No member has been paid a pension. There's no structure has been set up, even within the THA, for this to be done. And we sit sometimes in Tobago and we laugh out, don't know not to go and pull bull and whoever to go and do what. While every other politician, everybody leader of government in Trinidad sits back and collects whatever they collect from the state. We must resolve ourselves to correct this anomaly, and I want to correct this anomaly, although I feel it's willful, but we must correct this anomaly, and we must correct this anomaly in the shortest possible time. So, as I close, Mr. Presiding Officer, the challenge that we face in developing Tobago is not simply securing more funding. We deserve more, obviously. The challenge is in transforming the development model itself. Tobago must move beyond being a recipient of project designed elsewhere. Tobago must become the co-author of its own development agenda. And we see the example of the airport. The airport was built, wonderful facility, best thing at this time for the Tobago economy. But we have gone back, we're going to go back 50 years to transporting gas by truck from NP, driving through that whole risk of an accident taking place to bring fuel to the tarmac, because politicians in Trinidad determined that they must not speak to Tobagonians. And they were so bumptious enough to tell the leader of this house to go and sit in a corner. Now we have today a situation where a simple thing as providing fuel on the tarmac could not be part of the design, and NITCO refusing to give a variation to now NP saying it's going to cost $150 million. If we are to be men in our own space, we must co-author We must alter our development. It's the only way. For too long, Tobago has been conceived externally, prioritized externally, and executed externally. I complain bitterly all the time about how they put all the T&T poles right next to the road. They can't even expand the road. Nowhere. Sick, right in Collar Hall. They build a school right next to the road. You can't put a little lane because they sit down in Trinidad. And the town country is in Trinidad, and they approve anything from Trinidad once Trinidad see that's what it should be. And we must bring that to an end. So the proposed $1 billion development program is logical and it is necessary. It represents implementation of the Prime Minister's fair share commitment to start it now. It represents Tobago's inclusion in project-based development fund financing. It represents the correction of Tobago's omission from the IDF development model. It represents investment in infrastructure that creates future revenue streams. It represents a reduction of structural dependency and both dependency. Let me say that the government of Trinidad and Tobago spent on these last two boats, Buko Reef and APT James, almost $1 billion to ensure that Tobagonians can spend their money in Trinidad. I had a meeting last weekend with a senior member of the Trinidad, from Trinidad, who tells me that the best thing that should happen is that for them to build a port in Toko. Let us travel to Toko, because the highway already built from Toko to town. That will make life easy for Tobagonians. Continuing the idea that we must build infrastructure in Trinidad for Tobagonians. And that is what we must stop. We must stop this structural dependency from continuing. We must deliver projects that increase our ability to raise revenue. And most of all, for this budget, we must ensure that the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago takes the word of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago that Tobago must move away from population percentage budgeting to project-based budgeting, and we can start to do that by ensuring that Tobago receives $1 billion or more in development funding. I thank you.
Honorable members, this House will now be suspended for 1 hour for lunch.
Tobago. It's time for the Tobago House of Assembly's budget presentation for fiscal 2027, and this one is going to be big. Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petalan Roberts, will lay the first installation of Tobago's official medium-term policy framework blueprint, Pathway to Prosperity 2026 to 2030. Monday, 22nd of June, from 10 a.m., the People's House is the nexus. All doors are open. All channels are clear. You can tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it as we take another step towards becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Look alive, Tobago. It's time for the Tobago House of Assembly's budget presentation for fiscal 2027, and this one is going to be big. Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petalan Roberts, will lay the first installation of Tobago's official medium-term policy framework blueprint, Pathway to Prosperity 2026 to 2030. Monday, 22nd of June, from 10 a.m., the People's House is the nexus. All doors are open. All channels are clear. You can tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it as we take another step towards becoming the greatest little island on the planet.
Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens of this land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
Honorable members, I have received leave of absence from today's sittings from Assembly Member Nigel Tate, Assembly Member Natisha Charles Pantin, and Assembly Member Ian Pollard. The leaves are granted. Honorable members, given the medical situation of Assembly Member Pollard, I would like the House to stand and take a moment of silent prayer for his full and speedy recovery. Thank you. Clerk.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet, Assembly laws brought back from Parliament, petitions, papers.
Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Good morning to all members and our visiting friends in the public gallery. So this morning I'm pleased to lay 8 papers, and they are as follows. 1, the Tobago House of Assembly Budget Report as at March 2026. Tobago House of Assembly Monthly Report as at April 2026. Tobago House of Assembly Financial Statement for the financial year ended September 2024, 30th September 2024. Tobago House of Assembly Financial Statement for the financial year ended 30th September 2025. The Budget Statement for fiscal 2027. The Tobago House of Assembly draft estimates details of the recurrent expenditure for the year 2027. Tobago House of Assembly draft estimates the details of development program expenditure and the unemployment relief program for the year 2027. And Tobago House of Assembly draft estimates of revenue for the year 2027. Mr. Presiding Officer, I just want to make a correction to the Tobago 7 Tobago House of Assembly draft estimates for development program, and the unemployment relief program will now be the program for infrastructure works for urban and rural projects. So that is now the name, and you will see it in the budget statement. Thank you very much.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, Select Committees. Chief Secretary's question. Question to Secretaries. Questions for all answer. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statement by Secretaries or Assistant Secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a Secretary or Assistant Secretary. Public business. Motion.
Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Allow me to please set myself in place to lay the plans of this administration for Tobago for the next fiscal year 2027. Again, I will acknowledge you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Chief Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretaries, and as I acknowledge Secretaries, I would like to also send personally my best wishes and speedy recovery to my colleague Ian Pollard, whom I miss very, very dearly, who I know, this morning would give me the overwhelming support. And I want to take this opportunity to state that I do give him the support as well during this time of illness. And I hope that God will give him the required healing and full recovery so that he can be back to join us in our thrust for governance of this island. Assistant Secretaries, Chief Administrator and other administrators, senior staff of the Tobago House of Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery, local and international audiences following this presentation on the radio, television, and other live streams. Members of the media, a pleasant good morning. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is a tremendous honor for me to stand before this honorable House to present the Tobago House of Assembly budget statement for fiscal 2027. I always look forward with eager anticipation to present the THA's fiscal package because it gives me a unique opportunity to outline the Assembly's plans, programs, and initiatives for the ensuing 12 months on behalf of the island government. And this responsibility entrusted to me pursuant to Section 41 of the Act Number 40 of 1996 is one that I take with utmost seriousness and humility. And I'm indeed supremely honored for the opportunity to share the vision of this administration with the people of Tobago. Today I present this budget, my first in the second term of this administration and my third as Secretary of Finance during the economy. And it is a tremendous sense of optimism. And I say optimism because nested in this budget are a number of proposals and initiatives that once implemented can catalyze the socio-economic transformation of the Tobago economy and our society and place us on a trajectory to fulfill the vision of the Honorable Chief Secretary of making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. And we believe that the people of Tobago deserve nothing less. Mr. Presiding Officer, today's budget presentation takes place against the backdrop of an intricate tapestry of global affairs in which the threads of peace and economic development are tightly interwoven, each influencing the other to shape the world in which we live. Geopolitical risk relating to the US-Iran war and disruption caused by the previous closure of the Strait of Hormuz is the world's top challenge. In fact, the geopolitical risk is no longer a peripheral concern for businesses and policymakers. It is central to economic strategy and forecasting. Mr. Presiding Officer, you will recall that in the lead-up to the Tobago House of Assembly elections earlier this year, this administration campaigned extensively on our blueprint. Led ably and competently by the Honorable Chief Secretary Farley Chavez Augustine, we kept our discussions at a high level and campaigned based on our record of achievements and our vision to transform Tobago, unlike some of our then opponents. Mr. Presiding Officer, this professional and dignified approach to campaign did not go unnoticed by the electorate in Tobago. In fact, the electorate delivered a decisive 50-0 victory to this Tobago People's Party administration, while quietly sending some of our political opponents into premature political retirement. This overwhelming victory notwithstanding, and at the insistence of our Honorable Chief Secretary, we commit to governing with a high standard of accountability, fairness, professionalism, and transparency. And we take our mandate seriously. We see it as a real opportunity for us to improve delivery to the people of Tobago. And this is particularly true considering our more harmonious and productive relationship we now share with the central government. The budgetary proposals accompanying this statement were significantly shaped by and anchored in the Strategic Development Planning Pathway for Tobago 2025 to 2045. And this development planning framework, Mr. Presiding Officer, maps out Tobago's development trajectory over the next 20 years. The proposals are nestled in the TPP blueprint, which sets out our programs for the next 4 years. And this is our official medium-term planning framework, which sets out our plans for the period 2026 to 2030. Our fundamental objectives are to develop a resilient, sustainable economy that develops opportunities and prosperity for all Tobagonians, and I will repeat, to all Tobagonians. The budgetary proposals were also influenced by extensive consultations with a wide range of civil society organizations, stakeholders, and interest groups in Tobago, as well as submissions on our online digital consultation platform. In fact, in total, we consulted with 8 civil society organizations and interest groups and received approximately 110 submissions on a digital platform. I really wish to thank all individuals and organizations who contributed to the budgetary process. Your input was very invaluable in charting the policy direction for fiscal 2027. I also want to thank our secretaries and assistant secretaries for their insightful contributions. I also want to thank our administrators and senior public officers.
I would like everyone on silence or leave the chamber, please. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I also would like to thank senior public officers, particularly those who work tirelessly in the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, my personal staff, the budget staff. I have 2 very close advisors who worked very, very intimately with me to input all the contributions and the preparation of this budget statement here today. And today I want to say a heartfelt thank you for all persons who have contributed to this budgetary statement. And as I bring these introductory remarks to a close, I extend sincere gratitude to my immediate family, especially to my husband, Karen Roberts, and my children for their overwhelming support, patience, understanding, and encouragement throughout my journey as Secretary of Finance. I also wish to thank the extended family, which are our in-laws, who, when I can't see about my children, they take that responsibility on my behalf. Their sacrifices often go unseen, yet their encouragement has been invaluable in helping me to carry out the responsibilities here entrusted to me. And above all else, I offer profound thanks and praise to Almighty God. His grace has guided me, and His love has strengthened me throughout the demanding process of preparing this budget statement and managing the affairs of Tobago's economy. To Him all glory for the progress that we have achieved, the challenges that we have overcome, and the promise for a brighter future that lies ahead for the people of Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, in a similar vein to last year, this budget is far less a budget of promises and more a budget of priorities. And our aim is to ensure that every dollar we allocate is geared towards building resilience, creating jobs, and enhancing the standard of living and quality of life of Tobagonians. It focuses on enhanced delivery and the attainment of measurable outcomes for Tobagonians. Tobago can no longer afford the luxury of spending without measuring impact. Every program in the 2026-2027 budget is tied to a result. Safer communities built on more resilient infrastructure, a stronger economy measured by jobs created in the blue and green sectors, and a brighter future measured by youth employment and youth empowerment. We will publish our targets, track our progress, and report to the people of Tobago, because prosperity is not promised by expenditure, it is delivered by results. And it is against that backdrop that this budget statement for fiscal 2027 is aptly titled Results-Based Governance, a Pathway to Prosperity. And I'll repeat again. The title and theme for this budget, fiscal 2027, is Results-Based Governance, a Pathway to Prosperity. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is important that I mention here that together with this budget statement, I have tabled in the House financial statements for fiscal 2024 and 2025, and I feel so proud about that. But it gets better. Cumulatively, I have laid 8 financial statements in this House in just 2 short years. The result is that the Assembly is now fully up to date and legislatively compliant with its financial reporting to Tobagonians. And in addition to the foregoing, we have recently completed the long-standing modification of our THA financial rules of 1990, and they will be tabled by a motion in this Honorable House sometime next month. What the now politically defunct PNM administration could not do in 21 years, this Farley Chavez Augustine-led administration did in just 2 years. And this is the embodiment of what results-based governance really looks like. Mr. Presiding Officer, I will now examine the outlook for the global and regional economies, and then the outlook for the national and Tobago economies. Mr. Presiding Officer, the international macroeconomic backdrop for the 2027 fiscal year is highly complex, leaving small island developing states particularly exposed to external shocks. According to the IMF April 2026 World Economic Outlook, global economic growth is projected to slow to 3.1% in 2026 and 3.2% in 2027, tracking well below the pre-pandemic historical averages. This deceleration is compounded by severe geopolitical instabilities, notably ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, and expanding geo-economic fragmentation occasioned by open attacks on global rules-based institutions and trading systems. These developments have triggered risk-off sentiment in international capital markets, moderately tightening global financing conditions and sustaining elevated public debt risks across emerging and developing economies. Furthermore, the IMF's Global Prospects Report notes that global headline inflation is experiencing a modest uptick in 2026, driven by volatile energy prices and trade policy disruptions before expected stabilization in 2027. As of the middle of May 2026, the U.S. Energy Information Administration recorded that the estimated Texas Intermediate oil price is at $109 per barrel, and the Henry Hub natural gas price is around $3.10 US per MMBTU. And it is worth noting here, Mr. Presiding Officer, that on the international stage, there are a few isolated public health concerns, such as the Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda, and the scare created by the hantavirus outbreak on the cruise ship MV Honduras. The entire world prays that these are quickly contained and controlled and not escalated into global emergencies, mindful of the socio-economic disruptions usually associated with these matters. Mr. Presiding Officer, for an island economy like Tobago, these global dynamics are likely to impact the domestic economy in the following ways. 1, we will experience import inflation and supply chain friction, tight capital markets, volatile tourism demand. Mr. Presiding Officer, allow me now to turn our attention to the regional outlook. The broad regional outlook underscores the urgency of structural reform. The World Bank's April 2026 Latin America and the Caribbean Economic Update reveals that the region is caught in a long-standing structural low-growth trap. Regional GDP growth is projected to reach just 2.1% in 2026, falling below the 2.4% recorded in 2025, making the Latin America and Caribbean regions one of the slowest growing regions in the developing world. Relatedly, the World Bank Open Knowledge Repository Framework identifies several binding constraints stifling regional performance, and these are subdued private investment, eroded fiscal space, persistent structural informality. And Mr. Presiding Officer, the analytical guidance from the World Bank Group's Latin America and Caribbean strategy portal highlights that long-term regional stability and growth require investing heavily in fundamental structural pillars, specifically advanced institutional capabilities, digital infrastructure, targeted workforce skills, and climate-resilient economic diversification. I will end this section and now turn to the national economic outlook. Mr. Presiding Officer, following the IMF 2026 Article 4 consultation report and the World Bank Trinidad and Tobago macro poverty outlook, Trinidad and Tobago's economic growth remains positive but structurally constrained in the near term. The near-term growth is projected to slow down to 0.7%, to 0.7% in 2025 to 0.8% in 2026. And this is primarily caused by anticipated declines in natural gas and oil production stemming from mature fields and maintenance disruptions. Mr. Presiding Officer, stronger performance in the non-energy sector is actively working to offset this energy deficit. Over the medium term, the national growth trajectory is poised for a significant upgrade as major new upstream extraction initiatives officially come on stream. Despite these positive medium-term horizons, structural vulnerabilities persist. Domestic risks to growth and the external sector stem from low oil and gas production. Policy slippages and persistent foreign exchange shortages may weaken market confidence, and externally elevated global uncertainty and tighter financial conditions pose additional risks for national economic growth. Mr. Presiding Officer, to counter these structural risks, this Assembly recognizes that the mandate for Trinidad and Tobago is to rapidly mobilize private investment across agriculture, agri-processing, digital infrastructure and innovation, tourism, and the small and medium-sized sectors for growth. Therefore, at the national level, the macroeconomic landscape demands a highly strategic, calibrated fiscal response from the central government and the THA. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is worth mentioning here that oil prices moved from approximately $62.09 per barrel in Q1 to $77.64 per barrel in Q2, while gas prices averaged at $4.20 US per MMBTU, broadly in line with the national budgeted assumption of $73.25 US per barrel and $4.25 US per MMBTU. Relatedly, on June 12, 2026, Moody's, the international rating agency, elevated Trinidad and Tobago's outlook from negative to stable and affirmed the country's Ba2 rating. This decision follows closely on the IMF's own 2026 Article 4 assessment mentioned earlier. Moody's explicitly attributed this improvement to the deliberate choices made by the central government, namely proactive debt management and strengthening the country's financial buffers. And these developments have led the central government to increase the national budgeted expenditure for the current year, fiscal 2026, by a further $2.9 billion, and to increase the allocation to the THA by $94 million, taking it to a total of $3.06 billion. Mr. Presiding Officer, I now turn to Tobago's economic outlook. Tobago recorded a constant price gross domestic product of $1.65 billion, in an increase of 1.7% over the revised estimate for 2024 of $1.62 billion. The key sectors driving this increase were manufacturing of 23.4%, financial services of 2.9%, and the government of 2.6%. Notably, there were no significant changes in the sectoral composition of the island's GDP, with the government sector accounting to 46%, financial services 27%, tourism 14%, and agriculture and manufacturing, which together contributed 2%. The labor market data for Tobago from the Central Statistical Office shows that Tobago had a labor force of 33,300, with a total of 32,300 persons employed at the end of the fourth quarter of 2025. The unemployment rate was 3%, with a labor force participation rate of 68.4%. The data also indicated that approximately 60% of the labor force in Tobago was employed in the state sector, with the private sector employing about 40%. Comparatively, nationally, 25% of the labor force was employed in the state sector, with the private sector employing about 75%. Moreover, Mr. Presiding Officer, the share of the labor force in Tobago with tertiary level education at the highest level of attainment was 18%, with secondary education as the highest level of attainment was 66%, and with primary education as the highest level was about 16%. Mr. Presiding Officer, inflation in Tobago remains at moderate levels. Data from the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago indicate that Tobago recorded headline and food price inflation of 2.1% and 2.8% respectively in April 2026. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, was recorded at 1.9%. And interestingly, for the 12-month ending April 2026, headline and food inflation averaged 2.7% and 2.8% respectively, while core inflation averaged 2.6%. I now present an essentialized summary of this administration's first term in office, 2021 to 2025. Mr. Presiding Officer, the Farley Chavez Augustine-led administration took office in December 2021. And among its main objectives were to effect significant socio-economic transformation in Tobago, meaningful improvement in the quality of life and standard of living of Tobagonians, and to ensure greater value for money and accountability in public financial management. And I can state without any fear of contradiction that the performance of this administration over the first term in office has been nothing short of stellar. Yes, Mr. Presiding Officer, stellar performance. There were substantial upgrades to the physical, social, and recreational infrastructure, expanded infrastructural and employment opportunities, and notable improvements in the standard of living and quality of life for Tobagonians. All of this was achieved notwithstanding a huge inherited debt overhang of approximately $1 billion, which significantly restricted and continues to impede our fiscal space, insufficient budgetary allocations, and the most disruptive and less than supportive P&M central government. Mr. Presiding Officer, this administration campaigned extensively on our record of achievements and our vision for the further development of Tobago as clearly articulated in our blueprint titled Pathways to Prosperity 2026 to 2030. With Tobagonians being the intelligently discerning people that we are, the stellar performance of this administration did not go unnoticed. They saw and tasted the harsh political victimization, fiscal wickedness, and character assassination with which this administration, some members of this administration, had to contend with in their first term. Mr. Presiding Officer, the Tobago People's Party was returned to office with a historic 15-0 victory. Our political opponents were annihilated, thereby ending the political careers of most of them, simultaneously giving birth to the political careers of the new assembly members in this honorable house. The people of Tobago took note of the obstructionist behavior of the then opposition and decided to remove them completely from this assembly legislature. The decisive victory represents a victory for progress and performance over bacchanalia and recycled ideas. It represents a victory for progressive politics over regressive obstructionist politics. It represents a victory of hope for Tobagonians and vision over hopelessness and short-sightedness. And most importantly, Mr. Presiding Officer, it represents the collective investment of Tobagonians in the shared vision of this administration, making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Mr. Presiding Officer, as we reflect on our stellar performance and looking into the future, we are reminded of two important phrases. First, that the reward for great work is more work. And the second is, to whom much is given, much is expected. And we continue to serve the people of Tobago with integrity, dignity, humility, and grace. Over the next 4 years, our expectations are for enhanced management performance and delivery to the people of Tobago. This is now possible with a more harmonious relationship with the central government and elevated budgetary allocations. Our new budgetary framework, which has results-based governance as its core, its center, allows for much more accountability, greater efficiency, and greater effectiveness. Mr. Presiding Officer, this administration wants to expressly say thanks to Tobagonians for the confidence, the trust, the faith that they have invested in its governance. It must be stated here that we will continue to work deliberately and assiduously to ensure that Tobago gets optimal return on investment they have made. Thank you, Tobagonians everywhere. Mr. Presiding Officer, I will now set out the detail of this administration's results-based governance strategy for fiscal 2027. Mr. Presiding Officer, during its first term, this administration did what it had to do to arrive at the place where it can now do what it really wants, which is intentionally govern for impactful results that will move Tobagonians along the pathways to prosperity. And it is for this defining reason that this year's budget statement is again titled Results-Based Governance, a Pathway to Prosperity. Mr. Presiding Officer, the results-based governance is a leadership and management strategy that focuses on achieving specific outcomes and impacts through the effective use of resources. It emphasizes the importance of results in planning, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating programs and projects. It is widely used in public sector management, international development, and organizational performance improvement. During the last 4 years, this administration prepared its planning pathway called the Strategic Development Planning Pathway towards the greatest little island on the planet 2025 to 2045. And it presents our 21 agenda priorities, which clearly sets targets and timelines for achievements. And we have broken up our 20-year strategic development planning pathway into 5 4-year medium-term policy frameworks. And this is the first, and it's called Tobago Blueprint Pathway to Prosperity 2026 to 2030. This blueprint sets out our priorities, targets, indicators of progress, and success to be achieved over the next 4 years. Mr. Presiding Officer, for effective, efficient, and real-time monitoring and evaluation of our implementation and operationalization of the Strategic Development Planning Pathway, and more particularly the blueprint, we have designed, engineered, and built a comprehensive AI-assisted portal. The portal is the new digital workspace that will be used by staff across the entire THA's institutional ecosystem to execute and perform all tasks associated with the programs and projects in our fiscal 2027 work plan. Additionally, Mr. Presiding Officer, you will recall that in fiscal 2024, we deployed the strategic selectivity as our institutionalized strategy for the selection and prioritization of programs and projects. Relatedly, following the 15-0 results of the recently held THA elections, the THA did two things. He expanded the governance structure of the THA, and he realigned its divisions and special purpose companies and agencies. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is worth noting here that 3 new divisions and 2 new departments were created for improved governance and impactful delivery. 1, the Division of Legal Affairs. And this division's mandate encompasses a comprehensive range of responsibilities, chief among them constitutional autonomy, designed to support the creation of a more just society for all Tobagonians, Tobago residents, and visitors. Its role is to advise the Executive Council and to establish the legislative agenda of the Tobago House of Assembly, focusing on developing and promoting laws that reflect the wishes and aspirations of the people of Tobago. Consequently, legislative drafting ensures that proposed laws or amendments to existing laws are clear, effective, and aligned with the broader legal framework of a just Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Presiding Officer, the Councillor Adana Joseph Wallace will present more on the Division of Legal Affairs at the budget debate on Thursday. Secondly, we have the Division of Strategic Planning and Development, headed by Assembly Member Trevor James. And the mandate of the Division of Strategic Planning and Development is to guide Tobago's long-term growth and transformation through evidence-based policy, coordinated planning and control, and ensuring that Tobago's strategic development agenda leads to the realization of sustainable, livable, urban, suburban, and village communities. To this end, the division will lead the formulation, and implementation of the island-wide development, spatial, and land use plans, which provide the basis for other divisions of the THA to develop policies, sector plans and strategies, programs and projects related to their core responsibilities. The Division of Strategic Planning and Development, through the re-establishment of the Policy Research and Development Institute, will also strengthen data systems and research capacities to support results-based public investment in infrastructure projects that are aligned with the THA's Build Tobago strategy for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. And again, Mr. Presiding Officer, we will hear more about this division from the member on my right on Thursday's budget debate. Thirdly, the Division of Environment, Climate Resilience, and Energy, headed by Assembly Member Darren Henry. This division has a mandate of protecting Tobago's natural heritage and strengthening the island's capacity to adapt to climate change and transition to sustainable energy systems. The division leads environmental conservation and regulation, coastal and marine management, and climate mitigation and adaptation planning. It is also charged with responsibility of promoting renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green technologies, integrating resilience and sustainability into public policy and development projects to safeguard livelihoods, ecosystems, and future generations. Again, I would say that you will hear more of the work and plans for fiscal 2027 from the member who has been charged with responsibility for this division. Thank you. Mr. Presiding Officer, I now will present to you 2 new departments that were created in this administration after the elections in January 2026. The Department of Public Sector Modernization and Transformation and the Department of Public Policy. The Department of Public Sector Modernization and Transformation has a critical mandate to lead the development of a dynamic and efficient public service that adapts to the changing needs of Tobago's society, and economy. And we also have the Department of Public Safety, and this department has a mandate to promote and support the protection, safety, and security of the island and its residents. It is also charged with establishing the THA Security Service-styled Assembly Police. And these 2 new departments are housed and aligned under the Office of the Chief Secretary. Mr. Presiding Officer, all of the foregoing was strategically established by this administration in preparation for a move towards full results-based governance in fiscal 2027 and beyond. Our deployment of results-based governance means that the entire THA will be working intentionally to achieve specific policy outcomes and results based on the targets and indicators of progress and success, rather than merely following the processes and completing tasks. This will be achieved, Mr. Presiding Officer, by the activation of the following prescribed guiding principles of results-based governance. Targeted measurable outcomes as part of our blueprint, Pathway to Prosperity 2026. The Assembly and its special purpose companies will now focus on achieving specific measurable outcomes that benefit Tobagonians and Tobago. Secondly, measuring progress and success. Progress and success are measured against targets and indicators that track achievements related to our programs and projects. The Office of the Chief Secretary created a portal linking the THA's 21 development agenda priorities to all divisions' workflows, enabling seamless digital integration of planning and administrative processes throughout the entire THA. Thirdly, monitoring and evaluation. The AI portal enables administrators to oversee THA divisions and companies, monitoring in real time whether targets are met. Real-time tracking of programs and projects help administrators, managers, directors, and supervisors to manage the work in their divisions and the division's workflows effectively. Number 4, clear divisional mandate. Mr. Presiding Officer, the responsibilities of each division and special purpose companies were clearly defined in the expansion and the realignment documents approved by the Executive Council. 5, participatory governance. Mr. Presiding Officer, implementing Tobago's grand vision requires collaboration among sectors, THA divisions, government, private sector, and communities to leverage resources and improve results to Tobagonians. Consequently, the fiscal 2027 budget is heavily shaped by consultations with Tobago stakeholders. Number 6, openness and transparency. Openness and transparency in governance, including performance management and reporting, are vital components of Tobago's development. Open governance builds trust and enables Tobagonians to hold their leaders accountable. Mr. Presiding Officer, this is why we published Tobago's development framework, the Strategic Development Pathway, online to facilitate real-time global monitoring of our programs and projects. And number 8, output-based budgeting. Mr. Presiding Officer, as part of the Strategic Development Planning Pathway framework, the THA is committed to output-based budgeting where resources, financial, human, and material are intentionally aligned towards achieving desired policy outcomes. And this includes prioritizing investments and ensuring efficient and impactful use of public resources. Grounded in these development priorities, targets, and indicators outlined in the blueprint, this output-based budgeting approach is required for all THA divisions and special purpose companies. And Mr. Presiding Officer, we are starting now. This administration has taken the strategic decision in this fiscal to use the last quarter of fiscal 2026 as a practicum, in that each division is required to manage the implementation of at least 3 of its priority projects using the digital portal. Relatedly, divisions were mandated to deploy and apply the core prescribed principle of results-based governance to their operations. With results-based governance, we are not simply implementing and managing programs and projects. Essentially, we are shaping and building new and improved governance systems to guarantee enhanced public service delivery powered by efficiency, effectiveness, sustainability, and accountability. Mr. Presiding Officer, the future of Tobago is not waiting, it is emergent. And however, the face of the island's future is ours to shape, and that is what we are doing. We are shaping it. Permit me now to share the key priority programs and projects for fiscal 2027. From our blueprint, we have strategically selected the following 10 focus areas for targeted capital investment and intentional action in fiscal 2027. 1. Constitutional autonomy. 2. Developing an inclusive society. 3. Sustainable population growth. 4. Sustainable tourism. 5. Creative industries. 6. Food security and food sovereignty. 7. Digital infrastructure and AI adaptation. 8. Developing advanced institutional capabilities. 9. Improvement to our public infrastructure. And 10. Climate resilience, environmental sustainability, and energy transition. I will now present the strategic intent, the programs, projects, and initiatives, together with the proposed capital investment for each of the focus areas I just mentioned. Mr. Presiding Officer, in pursuit of constitutional autonomy, the pursuit of constitutional autonomy is not merely a political aspiration. It is a fundamental cornerstone of Tobago's long-term sustainable development, economic resilience, and self-determination. For too long, our development trajectory has been constrained by a centralized governance model that fails to capture the distinct realities and ambitions of our people. To permanently institutionalize Tobago's self-government, this administration is resolutely committed to continuing the process to amend the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And this landmark amendment will secure unfettered legislative and executive authority for the Tobago House of Assembly over critical internal sectors, including education, health, environmental management, ensuring that those who live in Tobago decide on Tobago's future. True political autonomy, however, is impossible without ironclad fiscal autonomy. And we are actively working to ensure that the THA has a stable, predictable revenue source from taxes on resource extraction within our proposed exclusive economic zone, along with a transparent mechanism to retain taxes currently levied by the central government and collected in Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, we will aggressively negotiate a fair revenue sharing mechanism that allocates national revenues to Tobago based on an agreed upon fair share model. This financial independence will be supported by strategic political advocacy, formal negotiations, and roundtable dialogues with the central government, while simultaneously building alliances and civil society organizations that champion our right to self-governance. Ultimately, Mr. Presiding Officer, this constitutional evolution must be rooted in the hearts and minds of our citizens. The THA will launch extensive civil education and public awareness campaigns spanning schools, school programs, community workshops, and media tours to ensure that every Tobagonian understands their constitutional rights and the profound benefits of autonomy. By pairing these educational initiatives with a renewed focus on promoting our unique history and traditions, we will foster a powerful sense of Tobagonian identity and pride. As we look outward, we will study international best practices of successful autonomous regions and engage the global organizations for technical assistance, ensuring that Tobago's push towards self-governance is informed by world-class standards and backed by unyielding domestic unity. To manage this historic transition and with the highest level of rigor and inclusivity, we will establish two specialized bodies to guide our path forward. First, we will establish the Independent Tobago Commission on Constitutional Autonomy to review the current governance arrangements and recommend structural enhancements. This commission will bring together THA representatives, constitutional scholars, and vital voices from Tobago's non-governmental and community-based organizations. Second, we will establish the Tobago Self-Government Transition Commission, which will be explicitly tasked with designing a comprehensive, step-by-step blueprint outlining the operational processes required to transition seamlessly from the current THA framework to a modernized, fully autonomous Tobago government structure. Mr. Presiding Officer, an investment of about $10 million is being proposed for the autonomy program in fiscal 2027, which will be led and managed by the Office of the Chief Secretary and the Division of Legal Affairs. Developing an inclusive society. Mr. Presiding Officer, a progressive society is measured by how it embraces, protects, and empowers its most vulnerable citizens. In direct alignment with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, this administration will formally establish the Department of Disability Inclusion within the Division of Community Development and Social Protection. The Department of Disability Inclusion will systematically collaborate across divisions to guarantee that persons with disabilities or differently abled are fully integrated into every facet of economic, civic, and social life in Tobago. To drive this transformation, development planning will embed mandatory inclusion benchmarks into the design, implementation, and evaluation of all public policies. Simultaneously, we are tackling physical barriers by mandating universal access criteria across existing and new infrastructure, retrofitting schools, workplaces, transportation, commercial hubs, and recreational facilities. This physical independence will be amplified by targeted subventions for advanced assistive technology to ensure mobility devices and specialized equipment are readily available. True inclusion demands equal entry into the local economy, which we will achieve by eliminating educational marginalization through inclusive education methods and accessible learning materials. This approach will be matched by specialized strategies to expand employment opportunities, leveraging skills training and accommodating corporate cultures. Furthermore, we will close the digital divide by enforcing strict accessibility standards across all public web portals and e-government portals. Mr. Presiding Officer, because physical and digital access must be paired with a shift in our attitudes, the THA will roll out sustained public awareness and sensitization campaigns to root out the stigma. At the local level, community centers, the public parks, recreational facilities, they will be re-engineered to be fully inclusive, backed by a responsive social protection system that provides vital financial and healthcare assistance. This strategy ensures that every differently abled Tobagonian possesses the resources and the dignity to participate fully in our economic future. Mr. Presiding Officer, the following programs, projects, and initiatives are prioritized for implementation under this key focus area in fiscal 2027. 1, the employment initiative of at least 2 differently abled persons by each division and special purpose company as directed by the Honorable Chief Secretary about last month or 2 months ago. The commencement of the construction of the campus, the Tobago campus for special needs students in Signal Hill. Upgrades to the physical infrastructure of all institutions or schools such as the Happy Haven School, the School for the Deaf and Language Impaired, and other vocational centers. The establishment of the Department of Disability Inclusion under the Division of Community Development and Social Protection. Improve social care and financial support for families with differently abled members. Improved vocational training opportunities for the differently abled. And lastly, the construction and delivery of at least 10 social housing units. In fiscal 2027, an investment portfolio of approximately $11.3 million is planned for assembly-wide focus on these areas, these projects and plans and projects to be led by the Division of Education, Skills and Innovation and the Division of Community Development and Social Protection. I would now turn your attention to sustainable population growth. Mr. Presiding Officer, population growth is a primary determinant of long-term economic expansion, balancing the growth of our labor force and consumer demand against the carrying capacity of Tobago's resources. Consequently, a stable demographic base is vital for sustaining our development agenda. The wider Caribbean is currently experiencing an unprecedented contraction in its population, driven by a plummeting total fertility rate. The total fertility rate has dropped to approximately 1.6 in Trinidad and Tobago, well below the 2.1 replacement level required for stable demographics, compounded by a regional emigration rate where the loss of tertiary educated citizens exceeds 70%. Our national annual population growth has slowed to a margin of 0.12% to 0.4%. And as a result, our median age has risen sharply to 38.5 years, expanding the old age dependency ratio and placing an unsustainable burden on our healthcare and social support systems. To reverse these contractionary trends, and avoid the demographic trap of a shrinking workforce, the THA will pursue a proactive dual-track population intervention strategy from 2026 to 2030. Accordingly, we will invest in vital social infrastructure, including child care subsidies such as the baby box and the universal child care support initiatives and other initiatives to encourage family development, to move Tobago towards a stable replacement fertility rate, while utilizing skills matching frameworks to train our youth in high-value sectors. Furthermore, we will introduce targeted graduate settlement incentives, housing subsidies, and specialized funding to retain local professionals while deliberately leveraging the CSME skill certificates and a new diaspora skills registry to recruit skilled regional and returning nationals. Mr. Presiding Officer, these comprehensive population and labor initiatives are critical to stabilizing our vulnerable demographics and securing the expanding workforce required for Tobago's upcoming economic developments. It is worth noting here that while all programs, projects, and initiatives that we have in this blueprint and in the plans for this year, fiscal 2027, will positively influence household formation directly and indirectly, a capital investment of about $21.5 million is budgeted towards funding of specialized programs and projects listed above. I now turn your attention to sustainable tourism. Our sustainable tourism strategy focuses on strengthening local economies in village communities to ensure their long-term prosperity. These economies are structurally defined by their unique geographic scope, services, immersive experiences, natural and built heritage, and deep cultural roots and traditions. Enhancing sustainable tourism will directly help our villages and communities develop robust economies that are perfectly aligned with the specific demographics, culture, and environmental assets. To measure our progress within this framework, this administration has set concrete, non-negotiable targets. We pledge to achieve at least a 25% Green Key certification and designation across all sustainable tourism communities by 2030, with a target of 5% in fiscal 2025. Furthermore, we are committed to increasing the number of short-stay visitors in sustainable village communities tourism by at least 7% in fiscal 2027 and 30% by 2030. Our core strategic intent is to work with other communities to replicate the successes of the Castara model. We anticipate that packaging and highlighting these distinct demographics and environmental assets will help create community-driven tourism that supports both economic growth and environmental sustainability, alongside aggressive cultural preservation, while offering high-quality, unique experiences for our visitors. This sustainable certified approach will naturally attract eco-conscious and culturally aware travelers, promoting long-term economic stability for our residents. Mr. Presiding Officer, to support this influx of discerning travelers, our strategy will aggressively build out international capacity. We will attract targeted private sector investment to establish approximately 500 hotel rooms in 4- and 5-star classifications by 2030, and to increase international short-stay tourist arrivals at least 40,000 by 2030. In this regard, it is worth mentioning here that the 200 4-star rooms villas from the Marriott Hotel development at Mount Irving, Back Bay, has received its approvals, its statutory approvals, and we are on the pathway now for clear construction works to commence before 2026. Let me just repeat that they are clear now for construction works to commence before the end of 2026. Another critical focus of our sustainable tourism build-out is the aggressive diversification of the island's tourism offerings. The aim is to develop a diverse, resilient range of tourism products and visitor experiences that cater to distinct niche interests, such as structured cultural heritage tours, adventure tourism, bird watching, and world-class wellness retreats. It is anticipated that this diversification will attract a broader global audience, mitigate seasonal risks, and significantly enhance Tobago's overall appeal as a first-choice tourism destination. The specific programs and projects prioritized for implementation to realize these results in fiscal 2027 are as follows. 1, the continuation of the Tobago Tourism Branding and Marketing Program. 2, more targeted investment and increase airlift. 3, the restoration of historical sites. 4, targeted training and skills development for sector workers. 5, the commencement of the new Storby Beach facility. 6, upgrade works to various beach facilities, including Pigeon Point. 7, the development of the tourism and recreational infrastructure of nature and hiking trails in areas such as Highlands, Bell Garden, Bloody Bay, and the Main Ridge. 8, increasing the number of Green Key and Blue Flag certifications. Mr. Presiding Officer, an estimated capital investment of $105.2 million is budgeted to this focus area in fiscal 2027. The creative industries. Mr. Presiding Officer, the creative industries are deeply intertwined with our tourism sector. Tobago has a deep-rooted and sacred tradition of preserving its heritage for future generations. Much of this invaluable heritage is vibrantly expressed through family celebrations, community events, and our broader national and island festivals. Over the last 4 to 5 decades, efforts have been made to commercialize Tobago's authentic cultural expressions, including our music, literature, poetry, film, fashion, media, our landscapes and green spaces, visual arts and crafts, culinary festivals, and street theater. In fiscal 2027, this administration will pursue more deliberate pathways to monetize our authentic cultural expressions. This sustained cultural preservation has led to the organic development of a natural creative economy that plays a significant role in Tobago's overall economic growth. While much of this local economy is currently incentivized and supported by the THA, future programs related to culture and creativity must boldly underscore the absolute importance of monetizing Tobago's unique cultural assets within the open and competitive international creative market. Consequently, our upcoming institutional programs will focus heavily on optimizing the production of cultural resources through creative productions and performance cycles, while simultaneously ensuring the protection of our artists' intellectual property. To catalyze this economic evolution, this administration is introducing explicit measurable development targets for our creative sector. First, we will formally establish the Artists in Residence program and engage at least 10 Tobagonian artists on a one-year contract to participate in the program in fiscal 2027, thereby providing a structured platform for local talent to refine and scale their craft. Second, we will aggressively leverage on our premier cultural assets to reconnect our global community. By 2027, the THA will promote the Tobago Heritage Festival and the Tobago Carnival as annual homecoming events for Tobagonians in the diaspora, targeting an increased diaspora participation of at least 10% in fiscal 2027. Relatedly, to ensure this cultural repatriation yields tangible economic dividends, we will expand the Tobago Heritage Festival in fiscal 2027 to include a dedicated business and investment forum. And our aim is to target at least 50 businesses owned by Tobagonians in the diaspora, turning cultural pride into direct local investment. Finally, Mr. Presiding Officer, in just 4 years, we have developed the Tobago Carnival as a major festival attracting patrons and persons from across the globe. This event has been generating significant economic value, and the Assembly will continue to invest in it and work closely with our creative stakeholders to effectively scale and further monetize this festival. Mr. Presiding Officer, the programs and projects strategically selected and prioritized for implementation in fiscal 2027 are as follows. 1, the Artists in Residence program. 2, Tobago Heritage Diaspora Cultural and Homecoming Project. 3, scaling of the Tobago Carnival. 4, the Pan in Classroom program. 5, upgrades to several Pan theaters across Tobago. 6, the establishment of a youth music academy and film lab. 7, the establishment of 4 community cultural showcase hubs. And 8, the development of a Tobago fashion and textiles industry. Mr. Presiding Officer, an estimated capital investment of $64.5 million has been budgeted to meet the costs of these programs, projects, and other initiatives. Food security and food sovereignty. Mr. Presiding Officer, our objective is to ensure food security and sovereignty for Tobago by developing resilient food production systems. Achieving food sufficiency entails expanding the island's agricultural sector to meet the nutritional needs of residents and visitors while generating surplus produce for local, regional, and international export markets. Food sovereignty guarantees that Tobago's farmers and fishers can sustain essential food production cycles independently, without dependence on external inputs, emphasizing high-quality diets and food safety rooted in Tobago's indigenous practices. Mr. Presiding Officer, the strategic goal is to increase the agriculture sector's contribution to Tobago's GDP to 2% in fiscal year 2027, up from the current 1%. A key component of our volume expansion strategy is the initiation of a dedicated mega farm program. I want to say clearly, we have heard you. Your requests are being taken into account, but we must be responsible. If we only patch what needs reconstruction, we will be back in the same place shortly after. If we only pave without addressing drainage, the road will fail. If we only respond to the loudest complaint and ignore the technical condition of the road, we will not be fair to the public. The Finance Secretary has identified the Accelerated Island-Wide Road Improvement and Infrastructure Upgrade Program as a flagship initiative. This program will cover road paving and rehabilitation across Tobago and will be delivered through a design-build finance model. For too long, road improvement has been too dependent on limited internal capacity. The design, build, and finance approach allows the THA to bring the private sector in, right, into the public infrastructure delivery to accelerate the pace of works and create a more structured island-wide road improvement program to sustain a high-quality driving experience universally across Tobago. An expression of interest has already been issued for roadworks, including works connected to the A&R Robinson International Airport. That is critical because the airport is one of Tobago's major gateways. Proper road access and related infrastructure around the airport support tourism, trade, investment, safety, movement, and the smooth, positive driving experience upon arrival in Tobago. During the reporting period, work advanced on the preliminary design of the car park and fencing, conceptual design for the access road and car park arrangements, and continued collaboration with the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, connectivity extends beyond our road network. It also includes the marine infrastructure that supports tourism, fishing, recreation, and access to some of our most important communities and destinations. During the reporting period, preliminary visits and assessments were undertaken for upgrades to key jetty infrastructure, including Little Tobago and Palativere. Site assessments were also conducted at the vessel slipways located at Boko and Pigeon Point Heritage Park to evaluate their operational condition and suitability for continued use by small craft and personal watercraft operators. As Tobago continues to strengthen its tourism product and support coastal communities, these facilities must remain safe, functional, and fit for purpose. As the budget prioritizes major improvement on our secondary roads, we understand the importance of roads to ensure connectivity. As Secretary Roberts mentioned, our road network must connect remote villages to urban hubs. It must support the person in Charlottesville, Palativere, Moriah, Bloody Bay, Bell Garden, Crown Point, Scarborough, Roxborough, and every district in between. Build Tobago must mean build all at Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, that same thinking guides several other road, bridge, and pedestrian access projects now being advanced by the division. I want to speak specifically about the Kokowati Bridge, where a permanent bridge will be constructed to replace the temporary Bailey Bridge across Sandy River. This project is close to me, not only because of my responsibility as secretary, but because Kokowati is home. It is where I grew up. I know what proper access means to that community. This development will provide much needed access, safety, and reliability for residents. Other important access and safety projects are also being advanced. The Mount St. George Village Street #1 road widening project will support improved traffic flow by widening an existing road to safely accommodate two-way movement. I can't wait myself. The Louisdor Sidewalk Project will provide sidewalks and drainage infrastructure to support safer pedestrian movement from the health facility at the primary school along the main road. The Spring Garden Orange Hill Bridge will will reconstruct a dual bridge system to create a widened roadway critical for managing traffic during peak hours. And the Friendsfield Bridge project will reconstruct a dual bridge system to create a widened roadway critical for managing traffic during peak hours. That Friendsfield Bridge project will replace the existing structure with an upgraded bridge designed to improve function and reduce the vulnerability to debris blockage during heavy rainfall. And if Tima would tell you that works always have to station a backhoe across there to bring relief to the residents. These are the types of projects that connect people to home, school, health services, work, worship, business, and community life. Mr. Presiding Officer, I now turn to an area of work that is sometimes less visible, but absolutely critical: drainage, maintenance, and resilience. While steering food security, natural resources, the environment, and sustainable development while steering that ship, I move the motion for the THA adoption of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and its alignment with the Tobago Development Strategy, now known as the Blueprint. As you recall, Mr. Presiding Officer, the imperatives of climate change and the vulnerability of small island developing states to natural hazards place a major burden on states to develop resilient infrastructure for sustainability. Infrastructure damage can cause upwards of 30% of all post-disaster damage assessment costs. In Tobago, we know that when the rain comes, the public quickly understands the value of drainage. I have a pile thick so. A drain that is clean, water course cleared, a slab rebuilt may not make the headlines. But when heavy rainfall comes, these are the works that help protect homes, roads, businesses, and communities. With the rainy season upon us, these hidden works become even more important. That is why in the period, the division also placed emphasis on drain cleaning, water course maintenance, retaining walls, gabion works, box drains, slipper drains, and related interventions. Across the Scarborough district alone, the road maintenance section completed a wide range of drainage and maintenance activities, including works at Sangsters Hill, Orange Hill, Plymouth, Mary's Hill, Bamboo Gully, Spring Garden, Upper Bethel, Piccadilly, Shervan, Mount Pleasant, Alfred Crescent, Crown Point, Susselands, Boko, Hampden, Storby, Canaan, Blackrock, Allfields North, and the Claude Noel Highway area. These works included cleaning box drains, slipper drains, and earthen drains, rebuilding slabs, repairing crossings, and maintaining drainage infrastructure. Mr. Presiding Officer, this is the work that protects the paved roads. This is the work that reduces flooding. This is the work that helps communities get through heavy rainfall with less damage, less stress, and less disruption. The division is also advancing proposed drainage and construction works in multiple districts, including Scarborough, Moriah, Roxborough, and Speyside. These include box drains, retaining walls, slipper drains, culverts, catch pits, gabion basket walls, and watercourse cleaning. Another important intervention is the Cocoa Reef Pump Maintenance Project, which speaks directly to the importance of maintaining the systems that manage stormwater in vulnerable areas. This project involves the maintenance of the stormwater pump station along the Milford Road, which discharges against gravity into a nearby drain. Procurement of a maintenance contractor has been advanced because infrastructure of this nature must remain functional, especially as we enter the rainy season. The budget for 2027 program takes this further through the Southwest Drainage Project. This project targets chronic flooding in areas such as Mount Pleasant and Lowlands, where stormwater management has been a long-standing concern. It will include construction of new drainage channels and box drains, desilting and upgrading of existing drainage infrastructure, and a more structured approach to stormwater management in both urban and residential communities. Mr. Presiding Officer, we must rethink drainage. The traditional approach treated
The traditional approach treated water as something to push away as quickly as possible. But the new approach must combine grey and green infrastructure to ensure that we advance these works. So greater attention will be given to land use planning, soil protection, vegetation management, slope stability, and the design of public spaces that take into account the realities of increasing rainfall and changing climate conditions. Mr. Presiding Officer, when communities are designed properly, water is slowed, absorbed, filtered, and directed safely. That means better drainage, cooler public spaces, stronger environmental protection, improved road durability, and a better quality of life. The Roxborough Bloody Bay Road Retaining Wall is another important project identified for implementation. That corridor is critical to the movement of people along the eastern and windward side of Tobago. The area is vulnerable to slope instability, erosion, and landslides, and those risks threaten road users, nearby communities, and the continuity of the east-west connectivity. A retaining wall in that area is about safety, is about protecting the road, and it's about keeping communities connected. Mr. Presiding Officer, these investments demonstrate the difference between reacting after damage and preparing before damage. The same principle applies to the public safety work of the Traffic Management Unit. During the period under review, the unit conducted school zone assessments at Mason Hall Government Primary School, Bonaccord Government Primary School, and Pentecostal Light and Life. These assessments examine traffic operations, pedestrian movement, parking practices, school access, and road safety risks affecting students, parents, staff, and motorists. Plans for correcting these risks are in the works. The unit also undertook a traffic and roadway assessment at Top Hill Road in Speyside, looking at roadway conditions, traffic circulation, parking activity, and pedestrian safety concerns. Mr. Presiding Officer, pedestrian road safety must begin with our most vulnerable users, our children. With the increasing number of traffic incidents involving our youth, the Traffic Management Unit also implemented its first cycle of a school road safety program in June 2026, engaging primary school students through education and awareness activities in conjunction with the TTPS. The short pilot of the program was a success and will roll out to more schools in upcoming September term. In addition, 3.6 kilometers of road marking were completed during the reporting period in areas including Market Square Car Park, Main Street, Post Office Street, Gardenside Street, Park Street, Callahall Road, Bagatelle Road, and other locations. As our paving work is ramped up, we hear the public cry for proper road marking to organize traffic and maintain safety. The unit also undertook traffic signal and infrastructure maintenance, roadside safety enhancement, wall painting, stripping, and public space improvement works in areas such as Providence Road, Dunvegan Road, Signal Hill, Woodlands, Moriah, and other communities. I also want to highlight the Patience Hill Community Mural Project, which brought together the Traffic Management Unit, the Patience Hill Village Council, and community stakeholders. That project transformed the public infrastructure space for more positive social messaging around education, youth development, crime prevention, anti-drug awareness, and community responsibility. Mr. Presiding Officer, because this is now the Division of Public Infrastructure and Transportation, transport must also be part of the conversation. Our mandate now accounts for how people move across Tobago, how communities connect, and how transport supports daily life, business, tourism, education, and access to services. During this reporting period, the inaugural World Public Transport Day was held in collaboration with the Public Transport Service Corporation. Free bus rides were offered to the public to raise awareness and encourage greater use of public transport. The response from the public was extremely positive. That tells us something important.
Member, you have 3 minutes of speaking time remaining.
3 minutes? Tobagonians are ready for a stronger conversation about public transport. They are ready for improved coordination, better awareness, safer mobility, and more reliable systems. In addition, it sets the stage for a more intensive discussion with PTSC to diversify and increase services to the Tobago population, including the reintroduction of a tongue service and increased access to communities with the longest wait time for transportation. A sustainable future also requires a better transport future. Mr. Presiding Officer, the Finance Secretary identified public infrastructural upgrade in urban and rural communities as one of the major physical infrastructure projects for fiscal 2027. This program represents a restructuring of what many persons know as the Unemployment Relief Program. URP has always carried value when managed properly. It puts people to work while improving the places where Tobagonians live, worship, learn, move, and gather. Since February, URP supported works in drainage, embankment protection, sidewalk restoration, community facilities, school agriculture, environmental cleanup, and assistance to vulnerable residents. The URP construction unit undertook 86 projects in total, with 41 completed projects across community public works and home assistance and initiatives. At Riseland, URP completed significant gabion basket embankment works to help prevent erosion, land loss, and risk to surrounding properties. At Lambo, drainage and road repair works were completed at Moses Hill to assist with stormwater management and improve access. At Argyle, a reinforced concrete box drain was constructed to improve stormwater conveyance and reduce local flooding. At Lekito, pedestrian sidewalks were restored to improve community safety. URP also supported works at community and faith-based facilities, including structural and electrical improvements, covered entrances, safety railings, and waste management support. One of the examples that speaks directly to the human side of infrastructure was the installation of a custom safety railing in Mason Hall to support safe and independent mobility for a visually impaired resident. That is infrastructure that works for the people. Mr. Presiding Officer, the Women's Program also continues to provide daily cleaning.
Your speaking time has elapsed.
Thank you.
That the member be given additional time to complete her presentation.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 minutes of additional speaking time. You may continue your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you, members. URP's agricultural work also deserves attention. The program has supported crop production, seedling distribution, and school agro-engagements. Students at Roxborough Secondary School, for example, benefited from agricultural support through land rehabilitation and hands-on crop production activities. This connects employment, education, food security, and community development. This is results-based governance at ground level. URP is also preparing to expand its role through agricultural diversification. Looking ahead, the restructured public infrastructural upgrade program will place greater emphasis on measurable outputs, community-level delivery, environmental works, minor roads, drainage, and local infrastructure improvements across urban and rural Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, there are also several long-standing infrastructure concerns that have challenged Tobago for decades, including the Turpin Bend, the Sail Cotton Tree Road in Mariah as Devines Road, and Bad Rock. During the reporting period, a formal visit was made to the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, and discussions commenced with international partners to explore avenues for technical cooperation and support in addressing these complex sites. The discussion remained preliminary, but important groundwork is being laid, as we seek practical solutions that can improve safety, strengthen resilience, and reduce the risk these areas continue to pose. Mr. Presiding Officer, in 5 months, certainly we have not solved every infrastructural challenge in Tobago. I will not stand here and pretend that every road is fixed, every drain is cleared, every bridge is rebuilt. That would not be honest. And the people of Tobago know better. But what I can say is that the work has started. The teams are moving. The division is responding. Communities are seeing progress. Long-standing issues are being placed back on the table. And where the work is too complex for a quick fix, we are getting technical expertise from international bodies to come in. We have paved and patched roads across Tobago. We have advanced preparatory works for communities that require more than internal intervention. We have supported drainage, cleaning, and maintenance ahead of the rainy season. We have used URP to strengthen community infrastructure and provide meaningful support on the ground. We have advanced school safety, road marking, and traffic management. We have begun building out the public transport conversation, and we have taken steps towards major strategic projects that will support Tobago's future. We do all of this remembering our mission, building infrastructure that works for people. I do not take my position of stewardship lightly as I continue to build out a division that responds with urgency, discipline, and care. Mr. Presiding Officer, as the classic Calypso reminds us, the journey now starts. We have started with energy, we will continue with discipline, and with the support of the staff, the workers, the communities, and this honorable House, we will continue building resilient public infrastructure that serves all the people of Tobago in this greatest little island of the planet. I thank you.
Member for Lambo Lowlands, you may now join the debate.
Mr. Presiding Officer, my time and start yet, eh?
That will be determined by me, sir.
I plead for your determination. Mr. Presiding Officer, I rise to contribute to this important budget debate on behalf of the Division of Food Security with a clear and simple message. Food security is national security. First, let me thank the Chief Secretary for the confidence he placed in me, and more so the people of Lambo Lowlands, which includes a little piece of Signan Hill, part of Canaan, Canoe Bay, may I say. So I want to thank them for the confidence they placed in me. Not only they didn't see it fit for one term, but they say one good term deserves another. Mr. Presiding Officer, the external environment is marked by climate change, supply food chains, supply chain interruption, rising inflation and food prices, and geopolitical uncertainties. Russia-Ukraine prolonged conflict.
Member, you are reading a presentation.
I thought it was natural in the budget, Mr. Presiding Officer, but I plead for standing order 42-6.
Leave granted.
And if I did get cocky, I would have just look like I'm watching here from here. The U.S.-Iran war, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. As a result, the ability of a nation to feed its people can no longer be viewed as optional, but is now critical, Mr. Presiding Officer. For small island developing nations such as Trinidad and Tobago, the notion food security is urgently important. The United Nations defines food security as a state where all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs for an active life. The notion is anchored by 4 central pillars, Mr. Presiding Officer: availability, access, utilization, and stability. Food insecurity refers to when these conditions do not exist. Further to this, the United Nations recognizes access to adequate food as a fundamental human right. The eradication of hunger and the achievement of sustainable food systems by 2030 is the United Nations' second Sustainable Development Goal, zero hunger. It is estimated that hundreds of millions of people worldwide still face acute food shortage. Mr. Presiding Officer, food security is not only a grave concern for developed countries, but CARICOM, by its 25 by 2025 initiative, extended to 2030, is a major regional agricultural and food security strategy that aims to reduce the Caribbean community's extra-regional food import bill by 25%. Further, Mr. Presiding Officer, the World Meteorological Organization has confirmed the development of a strong El Nino for Tobago and the wider Caribbean. The El Nino effects can lead to water resource strain, potential agricultural stress, and the increased risk of bushfires. The Trinidad Guardian newspaper of June 7, 2026 highlighted a United Nations report entitled State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World Addressing High Food Price, Inflation for Food Security and Nutrition. From 2022 to 2024, this country had approximately 400,000 people facing moderate or severe food insecurity. Mr. Presiding Officer, Tobago cannot wait any longer. Food security is now seriously a front-burner issue. As outlined in the Tobago People's Party Blueprint for Tobago, Tobago aims to become food secure and food sovereign by developing resilient and production systems. Tobago's agriculture sector must expand so that its population can be fed and the surplus, if there be any, be exported. Food sovereignty would ensure that farmers and fisherfolk can maintain necessary food production cycles without heavy or total reliance on external inputs. Mr. Presiding Officer, as stated in results-based governance, a pathway to prosperity, budget statement for fiscal 2027, the strategic goal of the Division of Food Security is to increase agriculture sector's contribution to Tobago's gross domestic product, or the GDP, to 2% in fiscal 2027, up from the current 1%. One of the critical pillars or drivers of the division's volume expansion strategy is the implementation and expansion of the Mega Farm program. This program is designed to transform agricultural practices in Tobago from largely small-scale and fragmented production into a more coordinated, efficient, and commercially viable system. Under this program, several acres of state lands at the Friendship Agro Park and Corlan Estate would be organized into productive agricultural zones where farmers can operate at scale with shared infrastructure and support services. The design for the Friendship Agro Park has been completed, and the division is currently awaiting approval of a CEC from the EMA. I hope we GET it very soon. This mega farm concept Mr. Presiding Officer, will facilitate the production of selected staples, fruits and vegetables. The set target is an increase in production by 10% in fiscal 2027, and expansion to 50% by 2030. Labor is critical. It's a critical component of any agriculture initiative. The strategic placement of the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program, commonly known as CPEP, the labor force, under the Division of Food Security, offers an exciting opportunity to simultaneously address employment opportunities, land development, and food security. Mr. Presiding Officer, just before I wrap up, I will go a little deeper into the CPEP, but 3 other points that I will go off on as soon as I complete the formal part of this proceedings. Mr. Presiding Officer, allow me to mention the other local areas that the Division of Food Security and its associated companies intend to pursue in fiscal 27. Cold storage facilities are an essential infrastructure within the agricultural value chain. Such proper facilities help to reduce post-harvest losses, preserve the quality, safety, and marketability of the produce, increase farmers' income, and support market expansion. The current facility is managed by the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, namely TADCO, are over 40 years old. And as it's said in local parlance, they have done their time. New and expanded cold storage capacity is therefore critical to the achievement of sustainable agricultural growth and the long-term transformation of the sector. TADCO will seek a capital injection of about $40 million for new facilities at Shaw Park. Agricultural access roads are not merely transportation corridors, but are to be viewed as vital economic arteries within the agricultural infrastructure. Facilities reliable access to farms, markets, processing facilities. Investment in access road networks can lead to an increase in farmers' output, reduction in post-harvest losses, encourage youth participation, and improve the livelihoods of rural communities. Bill of quantities for over 20 projects have been completed in preparation for continued development works. And just to go off on this a little, Mr. Presiding Officer, I just really want to let Tobago know that as much as we have all these requests for access roads and access to all kinds of things, this division under my watch will not be pursuing to develop any access roads if we cannot be ensured after visiting that they're going to be produce coming out of it. We have to make it make sense. Investment. Sorry, I just over the 5 seconds there. I went and read back something. Fishing facilities. Construction of the Palativere fish facility is at 28% as of May 2026. King Peter's Bay fishing facilities. Discussions are ongoing with the stakeholders to finalize the drawings. Demolition and reconstruction of the fish facility at Corland Bay is planned for fiscal 2027. Upgrade works to the Delaford Bay fish facility is also to be commenced in fiscal 27. Construction of a modern tissue culture and plant pathology laboratory. The Division of Food Security recognizes that this is a strategic investment in agricultural development. It facilitates the early detection of pests and diseases, swift diagnosis and response to disease outbreak, and rapid multiplication of disease-free, genetically uniform planting material under strict conditions. This project is in the planning stage and the bill of quantities has been completed, Mr. Presiding Officer. Another important component in any agricultural system is the presence of a veterinary diagnostic laboratory. This laboratory enables the capability to detect, diagnose, monitor, control animal diseases, and therefore protects the livestock sector, strengthens food security, and safeguards public health. The project manager has been engaged and the final drawings have been reviewed. Education and training are fundamental to the objective of ensuring food security and sovereignty. The main benefits are increased agricultural productivity, technology transfer and innovation, youth development and employment, improvement farm profitability, and capacity building. The division's commitment to agricultural education is vested in the collaboration between the Tobago Agricultural Research Initiative, TARI, and the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Tobago Agri-Technology Services Limited, TAPS. This is an investment in the future prosperity, resilience, and sustainability of Tobago's agricultural sector. Mr. Presiding Officer, food security requires an all-on-board approach. It is a call to collaboration among all stakeholders. As Secretary of the Division of Food Security, I affirm my support to the pathway to prosperity. As Tobago presses on to be the greatest little island on the planet. Mr. Presiding Officer, Tobago must not continually be in panic mode whenever there are disruptions in the inter-island transportation system, as we just experienced a little while ago. A stronger, more resilient, and more self-sufficient island. The Division of Food Security is laying the groundwork for a more secure future where our people are nourished, farmers are empowered, and we can survive external shocks. Mr. Presiding Officer, how much time look like?
You have 12 minutes of speaking time.
What?
16 minutes of speaking time.
I could sell two. Mr. Presiding Officer, as promised, I wanted to just go back to the CPEP. CPEP has recently been moved over to the Division of Agriculture. And I just want Tobago to hear me very clear that this move definitely will not be business as usual. CPEP has currently over 500 workers. And this half and quarter day working thing will not be working under my watch. We have to understand that the government cannot be the only ones that give in. The citizens have to give up their honesty, their cooperation, and the time that they have been paid for. CPEP has 500 workers. And if we are to do the maths, and each of them scam you 4 hours when the day comes, that's 2,000 hours a day. We definitely cannot afford that when we are in the place that we are presently now. And this will not be, I repeat, will not be tolerated under my watch as Secretary. We have to get to the place where we have to pull up our socks if changes has to be made. Nothing goes without changes. Even when you watch out that beard you have there, you didn't born with it. It develops as you grow, Mr. Presiding Officer. We have another, no, thing look nice. We have another problem on the island, and I want to say again, I want it to be very clear that it seems like some of our residents believe that it's a THA problem. That's the problem of the giant African snail. It is all of us problem. And as much as we as the THA and from this division seek to develop the agricultural sector, if we don't have all hands on board, Mr. Presiding Officer, these snails will make this an impossible task. People are having these snails in their yard. Yes, I understand sometimes you have a problem with how to deal with it. But you have to put your hands to the wheel for us to get rid of this problem. I, as secretary, leave my bed and went out there and I with some of the workers. It was a good experience to me. Although I keep asking them if you could eat it. But the point is, when you're out there and you see the magnitude of what we are coming up against, what is there to be dealt with? From the division perspective, we are looking at implementing a couple more teams because the few teams that they have, clearly they are overwhelmed. So we are looking at creating a couple more teams that we can go out and make a bigger dent. But the bigger call, Mr. Presiding Officer, is each and every Tobagonian. That problem is each and every Tobagonian's problem, not the THA problem. It's all of us' problem. And I'm afraid if we don't get up and act and deal with this problem, as much as we sit here and talk about building an agriculture sector, these snails will work in the opposite. There will be no sector if we all don't get up and put our shoulders to the wheel. We just have to act, and we have to act now. Each and every Tobagonian has a responsibility, because last time I checked, it seemed like they're heading to each and every Tobagonian yard. It don't have a THA in each and every yard. You have a THA for each and every yard combined. So we have to put our shoulders to the wheel. This problem is a Tobago problem, and we have to deal with it as Tobagonians. Before I wrap up, in closing, I just want to touch a little on the market situation. And before I go into there, just to trick back, I didn't write it down, it just come to mind, that we hear all the people commenting all over Tobago about who is from Commerce and which chamber, and they're talking about the transition of CPEP and how it going to be difficult. These are the same people that have been clamoring for change, and when change seems to be on the way, these are the same people that tell you every which way that the change can happen. And I say, if we, as a THA, a responsible THA, we're going to forge ahead with the changes once we see it as fit for the benefit of Tobagonians. So the chamber could sing, they could even go in the soca monarchy, then go change their mind. Because we are forging ahead with the change that Tobago needs. I just want to touch quickly on the market. I had a couple meetings with the market vendors. And Mr. Presiding Officer, sometimes it's a little disheartening. When you walk the streets and you hear about the endless complaints, and people, the strange thing about some of us at times as human beings, is that you take the laziest man from Tobago and you send him in America, he get worker of the year every time. Yes. Because there ain't nobody up there listening to your excuses and your nonsense. We have to get to that place where we have to let people understand, I pay you for this, and this is what I want, nothing else. Because we are in the business of paying for excuses too long in the Tobago space. We have to start to pay for production. And it is on you, the employer, to insist that you get what you paid for. Because if you have one late pay, you will hear the end of it on Facebook. But they're scamming you every day, and know that is the best kept secret on the island. So just as how you just reveal when I pay you, I go in and reveal that you are working for your money, and you have to start to work for your money. So as I wrap up, Mr. Presiding Officer, the future can only be bright if we all put our small lights together. The outlook for Tobago could be positive if we change our attitude. The Tobago House of Assembly is there for all Tobagonians, and we must stop seeing it as some way you could just run by when you want grant and when you want assistance, but see it as a place that if you put the work in and we produce as we should, then there will be surplus that you could afford all these programs that you look for support. Simple mathematics or science or whatever you call it, if you have a bucket with 2 holes and the one that bringing in the water is smaller than the one that giving out the water, you will have an empty bucket in due time. We have to understand that each and every Tobagonian have a responsibility to put in the work, put in the time, put in the effort to get out not only the salary, but a better Tobago. And if we could take a little part from that, get there little by little, I have no doubt, Mr. Presiding Officer, that Tobago under this administration will become the greatest little island on the planet. I thank you.
Member from Belgarden Glamorgan, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Allow me to start by setting my own time. I rise to make this contribution on behalf of the Division of Health and Wellness in response to the great contribution that my colleague, Councillor Petalan Roberts,
Member?
and
Councillor, continue.
In response to the presentation that my colleague, Councillor Petalan Roberts, made on Monday, and the presentations that are being made today. In an onset, I want to commend Councillor Petalan Roberts for the work that she has done in preparing, her and her team has done in preparing this year's budget. I know firsthand that it takes a lot of work to get the kind of product that she was able to produce and that we've all been able to produce. And it really, really takes a lot of discipline, it takes a lot of consultation, and it takes a lot of endurance to get us to that point. I also want to thank the members of the district known as Belgarden Glamorgan that runs all the way from Goldsboro to Kendall Farm School Junction for allowing me.
Mr. Roberts, you are not allowed to record in the chamber. Please desist from doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I would also like to thank the residents of Belgarden Glamorgan for allowing me another opportunity to represent them. And finally, as I round up my thank yous, I would like to thank the members of staff at the Division of Health and Wellness and the Tobago Regional Health Authority, because their contributions over the last 5 years since I've been in the leadership of that division has shown their dedication, their steadfastness, and their willingness to go above and beyond for the populations that they serve. Mr. Presiding Officer, health is one of those sectors that touches every single household, every single district, and every single family on the island. It is a young mother walking into an antenatal clinic. It is a father waiting for a diagnostic test result. It is a child in need of speech therapy. It is an elderly resident requiring wound care, home support medication, and assistance with living with dignity. It is also the public servant carrying the stresses of everyday life while trying to do their job. It is the worker that comes to work every day under pressure because somebody in Tobago needs care. So when we speak about the budget for health and wellness, Mr. Presiding Officer, we are not simply speaking about what happens in the health facilities, what happens in the buildings. We are not simply talking about line items. We are speaking about people. We are speaking about a Tobago that has a health system that is accessible, that is modern, that is responsive, that is compassionate, and is sustainable. We are speaking about having a system that goes beyond simply reacting to illness, but is built on sustainable, compassionate care for all. One that prevents disease, promotes wellness, supports staff, and uses data and innovation to improve outcomes. Mr. Presiding Officer, the work of the Division of Health and Wellness is very broad, and I would like all of us to understand it as such. Yes, we talk about what happens in the hospitals and the health centers, but we also need to talk about what happens in the Department of Public Health, Environmental Health, and we have also recently included significant approaches towards wellness and health promotion. I would also like to indicate that we are very proudly introducing our workforce wellness as well, because our staff needs to know that they are supported and we want them as healthy as the people they are trying to keep healthy. In other words, Mr. Presiding Officer, the mandate stands the full spectrum of health, from beginning all the way to the end. It is from this standpoint, Mr. Presiding Officer, that I want to speak today. Not simply about the activities that we have undertaken, but about the systems that we have been building within the division, the foundations that we have laid, the services that we have expanded, and the priorities that we must now carry into the next financial year. Too often in public life, we reduce the work of governments to really just events and announcements. Yeah? But the truth is, health outcomes improve when institutions are strengthened, and I want to encourage my colleagues. When departments are established and staffed, when policies are written, when processes are digitized, when partnerships are formalized, when staff are supported, and when, of course, the health facilities do what they need to do. Health requires, success requires systems that actually work. Mr. Presiding Officer, one of the most important structural developments within the division over the last couple months has been the establishment of the Department of Wellness, Prevention, and Health Promotion. This department exists because we must truly understand one thing. If Tobago is really to win this battle against chronic diseases, poor health outcomes, and rising healthcare costs, and yes, the cost is rising. I continually speak about the fact that what we provide to the Tobago Regional Health Authority every month is $50 million to cover basic recurrent costs. We cannot simply build a system that is centered on only treating diseases after they have already occurred. We must build a system that works upstream, one that promotes healthy living, reduces behavioral risks, supports mental well-being, strengthens health literacy, and intervenes before illness becomes a crisis. I am therefore very pleased, Mr. Presiding Officer, to announce that over the last couple months, as we have developed the Department of Wellness, Prevention, and Health Promotion, we have already started doing that work. We are speaking about creating a brand new arm, one that is responsible for designing and driving population health promotion activities across Tobago. I am not sure if you remember, a couple of weeks ago, there was footage of us doing aerobics in the courtyard. And as a matter of fact, it is 3:19 according to this watch. If you are a member of staff, We will have aerobics in the courtyard this afternoon again from 4:15. Come and be a part of it. We do not want to stop, though, by just creating a department on paper. Core infrastructure was developed, including a departmental policy framework, standard operating procedures, collaboration framework. So when you reach out to us, there are certain criteria you need to meet before we work closely with you. And that includes, or that is centered on us ensuring that everything we do in that department is actually data-driven, and we're not just doing something because it is the good or the nice or the fun in thing to do. We will be monitoring and evaluating every activity that the departments engage in, whether it is by ourselves or in collaboration with others. We have already done several things. For example, I learned that I had an elevated blood pressure because I actually attended one of the first activities of that department where we were looking at Salt Week. And my blood pressure was tested, and oh Heavenly Father, the blood pressure elevated. And it is a perfect example of how that department is to work. Because at that point, I, as a secretary with responsibility for health and wellness, was counseled on what we were going to do to ensure that that does not get worse. And it included me writing for myself my plan towards ensuring that it does not get worse. And they have included in that follow-up. Doc, have you been walking? Have you been to ensure that it does not get worse? We have been collaborating with the Tobago Regional Health Authority, with CAFA, with PAHO, Cancer Society of Trinidad and Tobago. We've also started collaborating with other agencies. Secretary Hackett, we will be collaborating with you on Carnival and ensuring that we are very present to prevent the kinds of data that we've been seeing coming out about STIs happening and what happens in those situations. We are also collaborating very closely with ComDev and Social Protection, with youth and sports, and we will continue collaborating to do the kind of work that is required to prevent individuals from coming into our very, very, very expensive health centers and hospitals. I want to underscore, Mr. Presiding Officer, though, that the burden of these non-communicable diseases places not just a medical burden, but there is an economic burden as well. Not just the cost of running the health facilities, but the things it prevents every single one of us from being able to do effectively because we are not well. We recently had conversations with individuals who are amputees and talking about how some of them may have actually had high blood sugars that resulted in them losing their limbs, and what that means to them and what that means to their ability to be productive and to continue functioning. This department, I'm very proud, is critically strategically placed, and in the upcoming financial year, its focus will be to ensure that we treat with the non-communicable diseases, that we treat with our environmental health, that we treat with our mental well-being, and that we are out there encouraging every single citizen, every single resident to be healthy, to not have to come into our health centers and hospitals. We are also caring for our carers, and this is where the Workforce Wellness Unit comes in. This is an area I feel very strongly about because we continue to ask people to go above and beyond, and we need to ensure that they are capable and they are well enough to go above and beyond. They need to be supported. They need to be identified as having burnout issues, being overwhelmed, or whatever is required to ensure that they can provide the best service for the population we are asking them to take care of. Mr. Presiding Officer, this work is not cosmetic. It is foundational. In a health system, stress, burnout, and all of those are not abstract concepts. And therefore, we have to take specific care in ensuring that we treat with them internally before they become too much of a challenge. Healthy institutions require healthy workers. To my colleagues, healthy institutions require healthy leadership. Secretaries and assistant secretaries, healthy institutions require healthy leadership. Take care of yourself. Mr. Presiding Officer, apologies. A third area of progress has been what we've been doing in the Department of Public Health. Now, public health is that area that is least visible when it is doing the most work. It's about the food badge processing. It's about vector control. It's about picking up the garbage. It's about ensuring that our water and our food and all of those things are clean. It is about having emergency preparedness. You have no idea how much time and effort we put into preparing for emergencies. It is about ensuring that even though probably none of you in this room are concerned about what is happening with Ebola, there is an entire team in the background working day and night to ensure that we can respond, that we can identify it, and that we can respond if it does come to our shores. And that is why we have been spending quite a lot of time doing training programs for all of our categories of staff within the Public Health Department. And that include our public health inspectors, our environmental health officers, and those officers attached to the County Medical Officer of Health's office. We have been training them in epidemiology, health intelligence, environmental health, emergency management, and risk communication. These are skills, Mr. Presiding Officer, that I pray we never need, but if we do, the staff is equipped to provide what is needed. We have also started digitizing the processes within the Department of Public Health. A significant step is being made towards ensuring that the services you require, the simple things like the food badge, that we could do that in a digital format, that we have better records. Those of you who may be building homes now know that your building plans and so forth need to come in a digital format. And that is because the overall process for getting those approved are in a digital mechanism right now. And we are going to continue working on those. The Chief Secretary earlier spoke about the issue with people, Tobagonians, being less clean than they used to be before. We have been doing significant waste collection, and that is where we pick up bulky items, and we will continue doing that. But I want to make a plug again to the people of Tobago that we really need you all to think about it before you throw out that old fridge or that old stove. We have on, and I must admit though, this time when we did the white waste collection, we have not seen as many items on the streets right after the truck passed. So let me start by thanking the population for doing that. Thank you for listening to the call. Thank you for putting them out in time, and thank you for not putting them out, or at least not too many, putting them out after. I would like to indicate that the part of the readying of the new terminal of the A&R Robinson Airport includes quite a bit of public health infrastructure, and we have been responsible for putting those in and ensuring that as people travel to the island, their safety is already taken care of. Disease surveillance, emergency response, and protecting Tobago's health is our interest, and we have been doing the work in the background. Mr. Presiding Officer, we have also redesigned our division's health grants unit. Given the departure of the Department of Social Protection from the division, we've had to rethink what support we provide to the people of Tobago that are health focused. And what we've been doing is ensuring that we can provide in instances where a medical requirement is not available in the public health system. We have been there providing it in the private health system to those who need it. And we've been doing quite a bit of that quietly in the corner, not making a hoopla about it. The Universal Child Benefit Program, better known as the $500 per baby per month until the baby turns 5 years old, that will be implemented within the Division of Health and Wellness. As the Chief Secretary indicated, the policy for that has already been approved, and we are now working through the mechanisms to ensure that it is implemented in a way that is safe and that is supportive of those who are supposed to receive it. And let me also repeat that as long as you have had the baby within a public health system in Tobago, from January 1, 2026, you will get that, and yes, you will probably get, as he said, a little back pay because we have not been able to get it done as quickly as we wish. I would like to announce one thing though. One of the areas that we recognize is deficient because of our challenges with WASA and water availability. We have created, in essence, a healthy homes policy that allows us to help people to ensure that their homes are healthy. And that includes, on one side, the outhouse eradication program, where if you still have an outhouse, if you still have a latrine, we will help you remove it and have an indoor water toilet facility. We have just though started reworking the policy that allows us to also help households with water tanks, because we recognize that there are a lot of communities, a lot of families who simply cannot afford the water tank. And even though some of us may have 2 and 3 and we could go several days without WASA sending water to our homes, those individuals, as soon as the water goes, they do not have access. And we know that safe, clean water is a public health issue. It's also a social issue, and we are ready and willing to partner with the communities to work with that. So as I said, we are working through the policies for making that a reality, and that will be implemented shortly. And I know some members, like the one who just said awesome, already has a list of people ready and willing. I want to just indicate, the Chief Sec spoke about it, so I will not do it in this in my presentation, but we really have been working to ensure that our public health staff are in a safe and comfortable space. We are 80%, as he indicated, on the task force building. We are reworking right now the structure that we want to rebuild for our garage, and we actually are reworking it because we are doing the collaborative thing where we are partnering with the Tobago Regional Health Authority to ensure that we can fix all of our vehicles, both public health and TRHA vehicles, within the same garage. So we are reworking how we build that garage up Signal Hill to ensure that we provide services for both entities and possibly for other divisional vehicles at a cost. Can I say that, Secretary? At a cost. Now, Mr. Presiding Officer, I want to turn to the Tobago Regional Health Authority specifically. Now, this is the arm that provides the actual clinical care to the people of Tobago. It is where our hospitals and our health centers are. What we've been doing is really stabilizing and expanding the services that are currently available there. For the last couple of months, we have been expanding what happens at the Scarborough General Hospital. If you go on weekends, you recognize that you can now get pharmacy services over the weekend and so forth. At the Roxborough Hospital, you are now getting some of those services on weekends and on public holidays. And we are ensuring that even within the primary health system, that we are expanding what those services look like. Very soon, the people of Charlottesville will have their health center back again. I did a visit, and part of it, we agreed that we would actually do way more work than we had originally planned for the Charlottesville Health Center. So the team is out there expanding the scope of work in essence, so that when the people of Charlottesville get back their health center, it is one that is probably the best health center on the island. Well, you know, it is in the Chiefs District. Also note that...
Remember, you have 3 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you. Kindly also note that at the Roxborough Hospital, we have introduced urology services, we have introduced cardiac services, and we are continuing to expand on that. Within the last couple months, we've had over close to 500 cataract surgeries also done at the Roxborough Hospital. Let me take a minute to also indicate that we have been expanding the digitization of the health sector, and we are now using SELMA. SELMA is the digital mechanism that is available for health records. We've had SELMA for some time, and we are now expanding how we use SELMA. So if you've needed to go to the A&E over the last month or so, you would recognize that when you are registering yourself or the person you are accompanying, that information is now being stored on a laptop, a computer. And it is because they are now putting the registration component of it directly into SELMA. SELMA is already used for pharmacy. It's already integrated with lab and a couple other areas. So we are working towards getting to the point of having full digital medical records. It's going to take some time, and let me indicate, Madam Secretary for Finance, it is going to take some money because we actually need the hardware for the staff to be able to walk around with their tablets to be able to get the information when you are interacting with them as a patient. I would also like to indicate that thus far we have 129 registered nurses, or nurses, let me not just say RNs, who have now moved from contract to permanent nurses, as we said at the beginning of the year. That is a process that is continuing. Gratuity payments have really been rolling out, and the TRHA, if you are employed at the TRHA and you are owed gratuity, I promise if it has not gotten to you yet, it will be getting to you soon, because it has been about 20 million handed over to the TRHA within the last couple months, strictly for the payment of gratuity. We have hired within the TRHA close to 800 people. So that 3,000 that the chief spoke about, if I am not mistaken, close to 800 of that has been in the health facility in the TRHA. So that includes about 154 in medicines, that is doctors and so forth, about over
Member,
200 nurses.
Your speaking time has elapsed.
Mr. Presiding Officer, if you would permit me to ask for an extension of approximately 10 minutes for the member to complete her contribution. Thank you.
Member, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 minutes of additional speaking time to finish your presentation. You may continue.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. That includes, like, as I was saying before, about 150 different categories of medicine, about 200 or so nurses over the period, if we recognize when there were strike actions or protest actions happening in Trinidad because of the nurse-patient ratio. Those were not happening in Tobago because we actually have the standard nurse-patient ratio happening in Tobago and so forth. And we have had, of course, the support services, the allied services, and so forth, Mr. Presiding Officer. As we strengthen the TRHA, we must understand, Mr. Presiding Officer, that TRHA means strengthening the people who can do productive work for us. So we strengthen the organization that can take care of us. As I said before, the aim is to be well, and for those who are well to stay well. But if, heaven forbid, you become sick, the aim is to be able to take care of you in that period as well. Mr. Presiding Officer, when we step back and look, I think that there is only one conclusion that we can draw, and it is that there are a few conclusions. The first, Mr. Presiding Officer, is that the Division of Health and Wellness has been engaged in deliberate system building. We have not only been running programs, we have been establishing, formalizing, frameworking, improving grants, and doing the kinds of stabilization that is necessary for the organization to work. The second is that the division is working to rebalance Tobago's health agenda so that prevention and wellness occupy a more central space in the minds of us. This is absolutely necessary because, of course, if we reduce those who get ill, we are improving the quality of life overall on the island. The third is that the TRHA is now a more tangible space to provide service to the people of Tobago. I am genuinely tired, and it saddens me that because of some of the limited services we have on the island, when clients are flown to Trinidad, many people don't recognize that they sometimes go to Trinidad in a helicopter because we know and we think that their situation is critical. But when they get to Trinidad, they sit there for weeks before getting the services that they are supposed to get. And in some instances, we have to turn around and use the grants to pay for those services to be provided in the private system in Trinidad. Now, I say that to say this: we are not perfect. We are nowhere close to perfect, but in many of those instances, the families then come back to me and say, what we have in Tobago is really good. because they did not realize how bad it was in the public health system in Trinidad in comparison. Sometimes we need a little bit of an experience to help us to recognize how well we are doing. The fourth thing is that we need to recognize that staff well-being is critical, and it is at the foundation of us providing good service. And the fifth is that while progress is being made, the work is very, very far from being done. And that is why the 1.09 billion that is required, or that is in the draft estimates for the Division of Health and Wellness, it will be used, if we get that in September, October, to continue building on the work that we have been doing. And that work includes, again, deepening prevention. It includes strengthening our public health intelligences. It includes working on ensuring that we have that the Tobago Public Health Observatory. And that Tobago Public Health Observatory is going to be a digital space where all of our data from the Tobago Regional Health Authority, from public health, from everywhere, is going to come in, so that we can generate policies that really is based on real information, and not just because somebody said they want to do it. It is about, of course, continuing specialized services, expanding our NICU. It breaks my heart when we have to send those preemies to Trinidad. It truly breaks my heart when we have to do that. So we're going to work on ensuring that we can at least keep some of them, depending on their category, in Tobago. We will be working very closely with the Ministry of Health on expanding, returning a cath lab to Tobago, which is part of our cardiac services, and the Minister has indicated that they are very willing to work with us to continue doing that. And of course, we will continue expanding on what is happening at Roxborough and Scarborough, particularly on the compound adjacent to the Scarborough General Hospital. The establishment of the Tobago Oncology Center is one of those projects that is front and center in our minds. Again, it hurts my heart when we have to send our cancer patients to Trinidad. So we are working to prevent that as much as possible. Of course, we will continue with that $500 a month. We will continue our recruitment and retention, and we will continue the kind of training that is needed to ensure that our staff is the best equipped staff to provide the services that we can provide. Of course, there is never enough money. We could all agree with that. There is never enough money, but our equipment.
Remember, you have 2 minutes of speaking time remaining.
But our commitment is to ensure that we provide the best that we can, that we use the resources in the most effective and efficient manner, so that the little that we get is going to be used for everything we need it to. With that, Mr. Presiding Officer, I want to commit to the people of Tobago that the Division of Health and Wellness, and by extension the Tobago Regional Health Authority, is here to ensure that you are healthy in every regard. But I need you to work with me, and I need you to work with us to ensure that you do your part so that you are healthy as well. And when we do that, we really will get to that greatest little island on the planet status, because that is where we are all heading. And I am committing to work with the team to ensure we get there. I thank you.
Member for Signal Patience Hill, you may now join the debate.
Mr. Presiding Officer, may I stand on 42.6, please?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Presiding Officer, I rise on the strength of the people of my electoral district, the people of Signal Hill, Patience Hill, and on behalf of all Tobagonians who have placed their trust and confidence in this administration for giving us 15 seats. And if we are watching football right now, World Cup, we call it 15-0. I stand in support of the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget under the theme, Results-Based Governance, a Pathway to Prosperity. I extend congratulations to Secretary of Finance, Trade and Economy, Councillor Peter Ann Roberts, and Assistant Secretary Colonel Alexis, and the finance team for their vision and progressive outlook reflected in this financial map designed for Tobago. As Assistant Secretary in the Office of the Chief Secretary, with responsibilities for public safety and security, emergency management, property and real estate, hence my contribution today will be themed Strengthening Tobago's Security and Safety Services. Mr. Presiding Officer, Tobago is not a district of Trinidad. It is one of two constituent islands of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, with its own distinct identity, governance, structure, with a unique constitutional arrangement through the Tobago House of Assembly as a unique island jurisdiction with specific security challenges that require tailored, responsive, innovative, and sustainable solutions. This is precisely why the Department of Safety and Security needs to be established, not merely as an administrative function, but as a strategic investment in the protection of our people, assets, and our future. This department is being developed with a clear purpose and direction, grounded in sound policy, effective partnership, professional service delivery, and a steadfast commitment to accountability and the results. Mr. Presiding Officer, a society cannot achieve sustainable prosperity unless its citizens feel safe and protected. Public safety and security is not just a social obligation, it is a critical component of economic growth, investor confidence, community well-being, and national resilience. This budget therefore empowers us to improve beyond reactive responses and embrace proactive intelligence-led community-focused initiatives that deliver measurable results and create safer communities. The financial map outlined in this budget is a comprehensive strategic plan guided by the TPP blueprint, the Strategic Development Planning Pathway 2026 to 2045. It takes into consideration the holistic visions and the development pathway in making Tobago safe, secure, and governed by institutions that reflect the will and welfare of our people. The blueprint is built on accountability and self-determination. It recognizes that the current state of Tobago cannot govern its own security apparatus and makes decisions in real time about the protection of its citizens and tourists. And it is for this reason we are charting a course to improve the legislative and governance structure for modern Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, I will be doing a disservice to this Assembly and to the people of Tobago if I did not speak plainly about the security landscape we are committed to transforming. For decades, Tobago has enjoyed the reputation of being one of the safest islands in the Caribbean. However, we cannot ignore the reality that criminal activity has evolved. I want to repeat that. We cannot ignore the reality that criminal activity has evolved. Violent crimes have increased, and that our island has not been immune to the social challenges eroding our community fabric. School children misbehavior, indiscipline and the dangerous area of gang activity among our youth at present is perhaps the most urgent social and security challenges before us today. As we recently experienced, something normally happens on Khartoum as what in Khartoum City, right? And I must say that Tobago is weak. And I urge all citizens in Tobago, if we have any information pertaining to crime, please report it to the police, because Tobago is weak. This is not Gotham City we are living in, this is Tobago. It is no longer sufficient to simply condemn these developments. We must confront them strategically, systematically, and with the full institutional weight of this assembly. And that is precisely what I intend to do with the legislative support and guidance from my colleagues, and specifically the Secretary for Legal Affairs, Secretary Joseph Wallace. We are committed to addressing the root cause while simultaneously strengthening the institutional capacity to respond swiftly. Mr. Presiding Officer, I have been deliberate and meticulous in laying the foundation for a comprehensive public safety and security framework that will save and serve Tobago. I will not go into extensive detail at this time, as many pillars remain in its development phase, and it is prudent at this stage to allow the work to progress, but I can assure this House in the coming months we will be able to formally present with great pride the full scope of what has been designed and soon be delivered. But what I can say is this: Tobago will soon have a security apparatus that is modern, integrated, and tailored specifically to Tobago needs and circumstances. Although our approach is multifaceted, our object is simple: to create a safer Tobago through prevention, preparedness, protection, and partnership, because it needs every citizen to assist in the preservation and prevention of crime. And those who work on boats will know when we say captain, which will be our chief secretary, we need all hands on deck. Not just meaning we assemblymen, but all law-abiding citizens of Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, this matter weighs heavily upon me. School violence and gradual erosion of discipline among young people. No society can flourish when its children are at risk within the very institutions established to shape and develop them. The incidents we hear in schools about altercations, weapons, intimidation, alleged sexual misconduct, and growing influence of criminal elements demand a sustained response. I had forwarded a document to Secretary Kerr in the Division of Education, Skills and Innovation, where we will be advancing plans for a security lecture caravan, a structured mobile educational security awareness program that will visit schools across Tobago to address youth violence, gang violence, substance abuse, cyber safety, and indiscipline. The initiative will be delivered in collaboration with the Division of Education, Skills and Innovation, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, and the faith-based organizations. Through mentorship, education, and career guidance, we aim to equip young people with the values, discipline, and life skills needed to make positive choices. We intend to work closely with the division to develop collaborative programs to support youth development, focusing on intervention, prevention, and workforce readiness strategies within the security sector. We firmly believe that investing in discipline, leadership, and civic responsibility at an early age, we can create a generation of young people who will become part of the solution rather than contributors of the problem. Mr. Presiding Officer, I am committed to strengthening the relationship with two organizations that have for generations played a vital role in the development of Tobago's young people, and that is the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force and the Maritime Battalion, or Marine Cadets, managed by Naval Lieutenant Mr. Dave Elliott. The Cadets and Marine Cadet Corps, based in Tobago, mainly at Roxborough Secondary School, will be active partners in our school-based discipline and safety outreach efforts, and will serve as visible examples to our youth of what structured service and responsible conduct look like in practice. The cadet program serves as a powerful youth development initiative, equipping participants with essential maritime and outdoor skills such as swimming, diving, kayaking, and rope work, while fostering discipline, respect for authority, teamwork, and a strong sense of responsibility. But beyond my outreach, Mr. Presiding Officer, we have a greater vision. It is our intention to develop a formal pathway through the graduates of these values-based military-style programs can transition directly into employment opportunities within Tobago, emerging law enforcement protective services, and emergency management sectors. These young people, meaning our cadets, already possesses the foundational building blocks of effective security professionals: discipline, respect for authority, physical conditioning, maritime awareness, emergency response, and an understanding of structure and command, which are rooted in Tobago's own community. This pilot project will signify that young Tobagonians who are given structure, opportunity, and purpose can be channeled into productive, law-abiding, and community-serving careers. Partnering with stakeholders, sports programs, summer camp initiatives, and security-based mentorship will help cultivate the next generation of public safety professionals, and all form part of this broader Tobago ecosystem. I firmly believe that investing in our young people before they become statistics is one of the most effective strategies for reducing crime and building safer communities. The department also proposes to implement a defensive driving and fleet safety program for drivers across THA divisions before expanding to the wider public. The program will train government drivers in advanced defensive driving techniques, improve fuel efficiency and vehicle maintenance, promote a culture of responsible driving across the public service. The expected outcome: reduction in motor vehicle accidents, improve safety of the THA fleet operations, increase road safety awareness among citizens, which is very critical right now and crucial for we in Tobago. As we know, we have, this weekend is a busy weekend we call Iron Crushers and paint. And I could honestly say that my son was involved in an accident last year. So that's why I bring this in my debate. We have to be very mindful whilst we're on our nation roads. Right? Mr. Presiding Officer, no contribution on safety and security will be complete without speaking of the work of the Tobago Emergency Management Agency, better known as TEMA, which is being led by Director Mr. Alan Stewart. TEMA has been and continues to be an indispensable pillar of Tobago's emergency preparedness response framework as climate-related threats and man-made disasters become more prevalent. The importance of a well-equipped and properly resourced emergency management agency cannot be overstated. TEMA faces several operational challenges, stemming from aging infrastructure and resource constraints. In this term, priority attention will be given to the replacement of the aging Flagstaff repeater tower and associated communications terminal, the completion, repairs, and renovation of the Tobago Emergency Operations Center at Fairfield Complex, refurbishment works at the search facility in Mara to improve accommodation for personnel, and the commissioning of a vessel following a formal transfer of sargassum-related marine assets. These are not insurmountable challenges, but they must be named, resourced, and addressed. explain about the vessel. We know sometimes when we call on Coast Guard, we don't get the response that we have. Most times they say that we have a vessel on dock. So if we have a vessel with us, we can be able to assist fisher folk who are missing at sea and to assist in whatever way we can. We're talking about any incidents within the territorial waters of Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, I conclude on a vision of what Tobago can become. What it must become remains alive and burning in the heart of this administration. The educational security caravans will reach our schools. The cadet pathway into employment will create new opportunities for our youths. The collaborative efforts with our divisions to pool resources to enhance initiatives for the people of Tobago. TIMA will be better resourced. The security apparatus, being carefully constructed, will in due time be revealed to the people of Tobago in its full form. And when that day comes, Tobago will see the fruit of what has been sown in this season of patience, deliberate, nation-building work. These initiatives embody the principles of result-based governance by focusing on prevention, education, community partnership, and measurable outcomes. Mr. Presiding Officer, I close by giving honor to Almighty God, whose grace and wisdom must guide all that we do in service of this blessed island. I give thanks for the privilege of standing in this chamber on behalf of my district and the people of Tobago. I give full support to the budget read by Secretary of Finance, Ms. Councillor Petal Ann Roberts, and her staff. This budget gives us the tools to do more, and we will deliver under the leadership of our Chief Secretary, the Honorable Father Chavez Augustine. And trust me, this administration will deliver. May God continue to bless the people of Tobago and Trinidad in order for us to become the greatest little island on this planet. We must work together. Mr. Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Councillor Joseph Wallace, you may now join the debate.
No?
No. Right.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer, members of the Assembly, employees of the legislature, persons in the gallery, those who are viewing online. Mr. Presiding Officer, with your leave, I would like to rely on 42.6, please.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is with great pride that I rise to support the budget and make my contribution to this year's budget debate on behalf of the newly created Division of Legal Affairs. But before I get to the substance of my contribution, Mr. Presiding Officer, I wish to place on record my gratitude to the Honorable Chief Secretary, Mr. Fali Chavez Augustine, the member for Palatuvier, Lands for me Speyside, for having the foresight to bring to fruition a Division of Legal Affairs in the Tobago House of Assembly, and of course for choosing me to head this division. Mr. Presiding Officer, I do not take this opportunity lightly. I am grateful and look forward to exemplifying the confidence reposed in me by delivering results to the people of Tobago. And Mr. Presiding Officer, my gratitude is not just about personal opportunity. It is recognition that Tobago is at a pivotal crossroad. On Monday, my esteemed colleague, Councillor Petal Ann Roberts, Secretary of Finance, Trade and Economy, delivered a budget-themed results-based governance. And the headlines screamed the projected price tag, and the talking heads talked, and the hitherto politically euthanized found new life. But the budget is not just about accounting. Results-based governance is about power, Results-based governance is about dignity. Results-based governance is about outcomes, deliverables, and lasting impacts for the people we serve. And results-based governance is about the right of Tobagonians to govern our affairs with competence and confidence. But results-based governance cannot be achieved if the legal architecture of the Tobago House of Assembly is underpowered, under-resourced, and over-dependent on external authorities for the exercise of functions that ought properly to be within the Assembly's own competence. And if Tobago is expected to plan, fix, deliver, monitor, and evaluate with seriousness, then the legal machinery behind those functions must be equally serious. It must be robust, competent, and results-driven. And the people of Tobago did not resoundingly place us here to be timid. They did not send us here to manage decline. They sent us here to build, to fix, to defend, to transform, and to demand the tools of self-government in a real and practical way. And that is why constitutional autonomy is not a slogan. It is the central political task of this era. Thus, Mr. Presiding Officer, the Division of Legal Affairs' mandate is not only administrative in the ordinary sense, it is constitutional, institutional, developmental, and foundational to the future of Tobago. And I say plainly that autonomy without authority is empty language. It is a farce, it is a promise made in words but denied in practice. And Tobago needs the legal power to make law, to execute policy, and to manage critical sectors with real jurisdiction and real responsibility. Because we are expected to deliver results-based governance, and we require the institutional strength to govern, not merely to administer. And the weakness of the modern Tobago House of Assembly as an institution must be acknowledged frankly. Historically, the Assembly has a proud legislative story. Just this year, we celebrated 250-year illustration of this in the legal protection of the main ridge. But the modern Assembly's constitutional form has never fully matched the aspirations of a self-governing island administration. So in practice, the Assembly drafts bills, but does not itself possess final authority to enact legislation as a fully independent legislature would. Most recently, we saw this in the Marine Parks Bill, which, though unanimously passed here, awaits approval at the center. And earlier today, the Chief Secretary informed us that the bill may not even reach the floor of the Parliament in this parliamentary term, that best case scenario, it's September. But in the intervening period, what do we have? We have to rely on the court to legislate and regulate on matters crucial to Tobago's patrimony and environmental legacy, in the absence of the THA having an enforceable lawmaking function. Mr. Presiding Officer, long-standing limitations like these have affected institutional confidence, procedural certainty, and the scope of Tobago's internal decision-making. And that is why the question of autonomous power and autonomy is not a theoretical one. It goes to the heart of whether Tobago can govern itself effectively in the areas for which it is responsible. Now, if the Assembly is to be more than a corporate body administering delegated functions, it must steadily build the legal, procedural, and institutional capacity that makes autonomy meaningful in practice, not merely symbolic in language. And autonomy without legal authority is a promise without an engine. And look at the comparison, Mr. Presiding Officer. The United Kingdom consists of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. In Scotland, the Parliament legislates on devolved matters such as health, education, environment, housing, justice, local government, planning, and much of transport. It also has meaningful tax powers and a clearly defined constitutional space in which it can act. And that is what a serious subnational legislative model looks like. That is what institutional confidence looks like. And that is the minimum standard Tobago should demand for itself. By contrast, however, Tobago's legislative autonomy remains too fragile, too dependent, and too limited by a framework that has not kept pace with the island's democratic maturity. So we cannot continue to pretend that administrative delegation is the same thing as constitutional empowerment, because it is not. Because autonomy without authority is political theater, and Tobago deserves something stronger, cleaner, and more durable. And that is why I say the call before us is not for tinkering, it's not for little fixes here and there. It is for deeper constitutional and institutional reform. Tobago needs a settlement that gives its institutions real authority over the critical areas of island governance, and that settlement must be supported by serious legal architecture, not wishful language. And the people of Tobago should not be asked to settle for a lesser model when stronger subnational systems elsewhere have already shown us what meaningful autonomy can achieve. And these realities demonstrate why the division of legal affairs is so important. This division is not a back office function cloaked in obscurity and mystery. It is the legal engine of self-government, the institutional shield of the Assembly, and the drafting house of Tobago's future. Because without strong legal affairs, there's no strong autonomy. Without drafting power, there's no serious legislative agenda. Without legal authority, there's no credible self-governing institution. These underscore why legislating drafting matters so profoundly. Because the function of legislative drafting is not simply to prepare text. It is to translate policy into enforceable authority, and to do so with clarity, coherence, and legal precision. A modern assembly must be able to shape its agenda, frame its priorities, and produce draft institutions that are defensible, internally consistent, and ready for the legislative pathway that follows. And for those reasons, legislative drafting capacity is not a luxury in the division of legal affairs. It is a core instrument of institutional self-respect and one of the pillars on which the division must stand. But, Mr. Presiding Officer, it is not our intention to engage in a competitive legislative process. We wish to collaborate, and the Tobago House of Assembly does not intend to operate in isolation from institutions at the center. Where there is shared constitutional framework, the relationship between Tobago and the national legal machinery should be one of disciplined cooperation, technical exchange, and mutual respect. So the issue is not whether collaboration is necessary. It is how to make collaboration faster, more responsive, and more transparent so that Tobago's policy goals are not delayed by avoidable procedural gaps. But, Mr. Presiding Officer, laws do not appear by magic. They are shaped, refined, and translated into enforceable rules through legal drafting. And against that backdrop, the proposed work of the Division of Legal Affairs over the next fiscal year includes stronger legal advisory services, enhanced legislative drafting support, improved review of subsidiary instruments and administrative rules, closer coordination on bills and regulations, and the development of a clearer legislative pipeline for priority policies. It also includes support for the Assembly's strategic agenda in areas such as constitutional autonomy, public safety, environmental management, digital transformation, and social development. Mr. Presiding Officer, a budget-themed, results-based governance also requires a hard review of policies and procedures across the THA system. And there is some evidence of inconsistent practices, outdated procedures, unclear mandates, and insufficient internal guidance. And those weaknesses create the conditions for arbitrariness. And arbitrariness has no place in law or government intent on results-based, transparent, and accountable governance. If we want public confidence, we must build institutions that behave predictably, fairly, and lawfully. So results-based governance requires robust contracts and supporting systems that mitigate risk to the THE. Results-based governance requires us to confront the evidence of gaps in policies and procedures, the shortcomings in working practices, procedural updates, institutional guidance, and professional development. Results-based governance requires the inclusion of updated standards, improved orientation, stronger and more consistent HR policies, and robust systematic procedures that ensure transparency and accountability. And all of these matter because policy gaps create discretion without guardrails, and discretion without guardrails can quickly become arbitrariness. And a modern public institution should not have to improvise its way through basic governance matters when those matters can and should be reduced to clear, accessible policy. So for those reasons, the Division of Legal Affairs also has as part of its mandate policy review and policy creation as a major priority in the coming year. Existing policies will be audited, obsolete procedures retired, and new policies developed where institutional risk, ambiguity, and inconsistency exist. And this will include policies and decision-making standards, record management, legal review protocols, drafting procedures, digital governance, public engagement, and the handling of internal administrative matters. The aim is simply to minimize arbitrariness, strengthen fairness, and create predictable governance. And the Division of Legal Affairs will lead that correction, because results-based governance requires the Division of Legal Affairs to help clean up the rulebook of government, to tighten decision-making standards, and to ensure that proper process, not personal discretion, guides decision-maker. And Mr. Presiding Officer, permit me to give a brief insight into the activities of the Division of Legal Affairs since its inception over the past few months. And I wish to begin by thanking each and every member of staff of the Division of Legal Affairs. Though small in number, they have each provided yeoman service to not just the division, but Tobago by extension. And at the Division of Legal Affairs, we have begun the mammoth task of auditing legal departments across the Assembly, reviewing corporate governance systems and sponsorship criteria and processes. We are seeing the gaps, and we are seeing where we can strengthen and improve the process of governance. We are drafting policies, contractual documents, and strengthening agreements to protect the interests of the Assembly, and more importantly, Tobagonians. And we will continue to develop standard operating procedures and policies, as well as terms of reference as required throughout the Assembly. But Mr. Presiding Officer, if we are serious about building a capable Assembly, grounded in results-based governance, then we must invest in our people. Training and exposure are not luxuries, they are necessities. Training and exposure are part and parcel of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. And results-based governance requires staff to be trained to operate in a modern governance environment. Results-based governance requires that staff gain exposure to regional and international best practices. It requires that staff have structured opportunities to build the competence that serious self-governance requires. And central to us at the Division of Legal Affairs is collaborating with accredited institutions to bring training and exposure closer to home. And within the next few weeks, we hope to commence formal conversations with accredited tertiary level institutions to this end. Because at the Division of Legal Affairs, we do not simply intend to talk the talk of continuous legal education, we've already begun to walk the walk. And results-based governance requires capacity building that is buttressed by internationalization, because Tobago cannot build a 21st century government with a 20th century mindset. We must learn from best practice, study how strong parliaments and island administrations operate, and bring that knowledge here home to us in Tobago. Results-based governance requires us to build a legal and administrative culture that is outward-looking, modern, and ready to engage the wider Caribbean and the world. So some of our priorities at the Division of Legal Affairs in this regard include, but are not limited to, for example, the Basque model of autonomy, constitutional lessons for enhanced self-government in Tobago, with specific focus on the Basque fiscal and revenue sharing model, principles of fiscal autonomy, revenue generation, and intergovernmental transfers. And earlier today, Assembly Member James would have spoken about revenue sharing and so on. We are also looking at sustainable development for resilience financing as a means of building, supporting, and sustaining Tobago's economic resilience and environmental sustainability objectives. Because results-based governance requires that Tobago not develop its legal and policy functions in an inward-looking way, but that we draw on international best practice in legislative drafting, parliamentary administration, environmental governance, digital public administration, and climate policy. It also requires the environmental law agenda to have special emphasis, because Tobago's future is really inseparable from the condition of its coastline, marine resources, forests, watersheds, and built environment. And Councillor Roberts identified in the budget marine parks, coastal rehabilitation, reforestation, energy audits, and broader environmental protection as strategic priorities. But results-based governance would require that those priorities be backed by legal frameworks that are enforceable, coherent, and durable. And sustainable environmental related law and policies are therefore supposed to be part and parcel of this agenda, because development without environmental sustainability is simply just reckless. And at the Division of Legal Affairs, we have already begun and intend to continue the task of developing and supporting legal frameworks that enable environmental compliance, planning discipline, conservation enforcement, and climate adaptation. Because results-based governance requires that Tobago speak convincingly about development through concerted protection of the natural systems that make development possible. So we at the division have sought in our own little way to raise the profile of environmental law as an immediate concern here in Tobago. And as part of the division's observation of World Environmental Day 2026, we hosted the top performing student in International Environmental Law 2026 at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus, Faculty of Law, Mr. Varian Narain. And our hope in activities such as that, as those, is really to shine a light on environmental law, to make it more attractive to students of law so that they will be able to take up the mantle of environmental stewardship here in Tobago. But we also understand from a results-based governance perspective the importance of climate resilience as a governance issue, because it's not just an environmental slogan. In small island jurisdictions, climate shocks can quickly become fiscal shocks, public safety shocks, and social shocks. So results-based governance requires us to anticipate and prepare for climate risk rather than merely react to it. And no amount of talk will save us from the consequences of environmental neglect. I also wish to mention that at the Division of Legal Affairs, and by extension the Tobago House of Assembly, we are finally at a point where the introduction of carbon sequestration as a financial data point in Tobago's planning and budgeting framework can become a reality. So over the next fiscal year, The division will be working assiduously towards realizing the implementation of aspects of climate resilience and nature-based development through carbon sequestration as part of the island's public finance and environmental accounting architecture. And I know Councillor Roberts would be particularly interested wherever there is an opportunity for more funding. Now, this would allow us to quantify the climate value of the main ridge, mangroves, soil regeneration, and other ecological interventions to support better budgeting, better project selection, and better access to climate finance. Because results-based governance is Tobago beginning to connect environmental stewardship to economic intelligence and long-term sustainability. And Mr. Presiding Officer, we cannot talk about results-based governance without discussing the digital economy. And these bold moves that we've all discussed here today require digitization and data capture as urgent governance priorities. And Councillor Roberts, in her presentation on Monday, identified the need for digital infrastructure, AI transformation, interoperable platforms, and security by design here in Tobago. It is imperative for Tobagonians to be equipped for this digital world. But even more, these are imperatives for us at the Division of Legal Affairs, because digitization improves efficiency, record keeping, auditability, and service delivery. And digitization is also a public safety issue because poor data systems increase the risks of lost records, delayed decisions, weak oversight, and fragmented emergency responses. Result-based governance means that secure digital governance is not merely about convenience, it is about state capacity, public protection, privacy, and confidentiality. And these are not technical side matters. They are central to modern results-based public governance. And a government that cannot capture data efficiently cannot plan efficiently. A government that cannot manage digital records cannot protect institutional memory. And a government that cannot secure its information systems is exposing the public to risk. And a government that cannot secure its systems is creating risks for service delivery, transparency, and public safety. And these reasons are why digitization must be treated as both an efficiency agenda and a public safety concern. Accordingly, the Division of Legal Affairs supports digitized workflows for legal review, policy tracking, document management, version control, and interdivisional coordination, because better data capture will strengthen legislative drafting, improve institutional memory, and support evidence-based decision-making. It will also make monitoring and evaluation more credible, allow for emphasis on measurable outcomes, real-time monitoring, and output-based management. And in a particularly litigious society such as ours, such transparency will allow for both public and private accountability. It is essentially the backbone of trust. So, Mr. Presiding Officer, Tobago stands at a moment where institutional reform, legal modernization, and practical delivery must move together. The history of the Assembly tells us all about what Tobago has lacked. But the results-based governance 2026-2027 planning framework tells us what Tobago now seeks to become. And those are the right words, Mr. Presiding Officer. But Tobago will only benefit from those words if we pair them with constitutional reform, legal capacity, and a serious commitment to institutional excellence. Results-based governance requires us to pair these strategies with supporting legal infrastructure to govern with confidence. So, Mr. Presiding Officer, as I close, I humbly stand before you as a child of Tobago and a proponent of this administration's vision for Tobago. And I hope that I have made very clear that this budget is part of a larger struggle for Tobago's political maturity. The Division of Legal Affairs is committed to doing the hard work.
You have 3 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you, please. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The Division of Legal Affairs is committed to doing the hard work of building the legal foundation of self-government. That means stronger drafting, stronger policy review, stronger capacity, stronger digital systems, stronger law, stronger institutional discipline, and above all, stronger autonomy. And it is this administration's intention to use this year not just to administer Tobago, but to strengthen Tobago's power to govern itself with confidence, clarity, and authority. We are ready. Tobago is ready. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Members, sitting is suspended for half an hour. We will return at 5 minutes past 5.
Members rise.